May 24th for council meeting. I would like to welcome you all, and I would like to ask Jeff Leatherman if he would lead us in the pledge. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Mr. Leatherman. The next item on the agenda is the consent agenda, and I've had a request to move item number 4 off the consent. So I would like your consideration to approve the consent agenda number 1 through 3. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion by Councilmember Judy. Do I have a second? Second by Councilmember Wilsey. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it passes unanimously. Thank you. The next item on the agenda, and I will take this to Recreation and Parks Department, Councilmember Zapata, is item number 4, pulled from the consent. Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 4 of today's agenda, approval for the mayor and city administrator to sign a revised memorandum of understanding between the city of Roswell and the Friends of Mimosa Hall and Gardens.
And Councilmember Zapata, since you pulled this from the consent, could you give us a little guidance on this item that you would like clarification on?
Yeah, I would like to give a highlights, and after the discussion we have in committee meeting and recommendations were made, if they were taken consideration, and go through this a little bit.
Terrific, thank you. Mr. Leatherman.
Sure. I'll have Dina Bush pull the PowerPoint presentation, and we'll start with that. Just a couple of the highlights. I won't go through the entirety of the presentation that we had at committee, but we are working our way towards opening up Mimosa Hall and Gardens to the general public and looking at revising the existing MOU, which was really set out a couple of years ago to establish the relationship that Friends would start to work on the solar roof installation, which they have nearly completed. A couple of photos associated with what the work has been done. And then a summary also of not only the investment, but also where that investment has come, some of it from the city, from some past resolutions and funding from mayor and council. As we start to look at the transition of the property as a whole, we're working on our certificate of occupancy, which is the first floor certificate of occupancy at Mimosa Hall in order to open not only the grounds, but also the first floor to the public. And this is a summary of not only the certificate of occupancy work, but also the funding that has been dedicated in previous budget cycles by mayor and council towards that work. A couple of elements of the MOU that we've been working our way towards is a summary of the responsibilities, summary of responsibilities for the city, summary of responsibilities from Friends, how we're dealing with marketing and documentation of anything that may come onto the property, whether it be through donations or the use of that property, which are all outlined in the relevant components of the MOU. As we also look at the MOU, we're looking for the completed actions, which was a staff evaluation. Friends of Mimosa Hall's executive board went through the MOU. We had a preliminary review of legal. There's no direct financial impact associated with it. This is really how the relationship rolls out, and really a commitment of how both the department and the city in this case and Friends are working together. Our recommendation at committee was to move it forward to mayor and council. There was some conversation about numbers of how many times Friends of Mimosa could potentially use the property, which is unsaid in the MOU, meaning there's no limitations, but there is coordination on calendar and some other commentary associated with the MOU itself at committee. Be happy to answer any other questions.
Does council have any questions? Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Henry. And Mr. Leatherman, thank you for a great summary there. Again, just as we discussed at committee, I think staff's done a great job with putting this together. I think the Friends of Mimosa Hall and Gardens have done a great job in contributing and working together with this. And I think the one thing is knowing that this is hopefully going to be a prototype on what future partnerships will look like. I do think we should be adding some type of clarification. We did know we had Mike was here from representing the group and obviously was nodding his head yes in complete agreement with what we had said, that there's no intent for any constant use or anything like that. But I do think we should be putting something in there that does just clarify the community that on basically how often or how they're using the facility. And that's something where I'm certainly open to staff's recommendation, city attorney's recommendation, whatever's best. But knowing this will probably be a draft for the future, I do want to make sure we close that piece up.
Additional comments, questions from council? Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. Also, on the MOU 1.7, we were discussing about must be approved and or signed by city. So we're talking about eliminating or on a, I don't know if we can see on the screen, the MOU 1.7.
Do you want me to?
Councilmember Zapata, did you have a question or you just wanted this displayed?
No, we discussed to eliminate or just leave it. Must be approved and signed by city as property owner.
Sure. So I think that the challenge, that was part of the discussion at committee. And the committee left it to where council members could go and speak with legal regarding those changes. And we didn't get any feedback from those changes, so we've left it as is from the committee meeting.
Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you. I'd propose two specific changes. One being the one Councilman Zapata just brought up by just deleting the word or in that 1.7. And the other one is, and I just had it, which showed basically being able to schedule the calendar, the 24 months in advance. 2.10, if I understand correctly, this is the one where it mentions they can reserve it, but there's no mention of frequency or something like that.
Correct.
Could we?
So, sorry.
What would you? I was going to say I have a possible idea, but I'd love to hear your advice, Mr. Leatherman, on what you'd recommend.
Yeah, I think the commentary that we've had before is the challenge is how do you define what I'll say is a large event versus a small event. And in this case, there is no definition in the MOU. You have provisions within the MOU where they could potentially have a meeting of the Friends Board, and does that constitute an event? And so would that therefore count in against or to a number that we establish? And so, does it potentially impact the flexibility that we have within the MOU to put a hard and fast number when it potentially translates into having to essentially split hairs of, is this an event that is large enough to constitute a use, and so therefore it counts against you if you had some sort of limit. And that's where it just gets difficult. In the majority of our relationships that we have with our booster clubs, athletic booster clubs is probably the vast majority of them. We don't have those limitations, but we recognize that we have to balance the use of the property, not only being available for the community and the public, but also for our leagues, potentially for rentals, but then also for fundraising opportunities. In the case of sports activities, it would be tournaments. And how do you balance all of those appropriately? And it's not an exact science. Some days you get rained out, some days you don't, some days it works, some days it's big. And so to pinpoint and say, well, I recommend 35, It's so hard to do.
Yeah, and to be clear, I guess my statement, what I was saying is I actually don't recommend and think there's a need for a number. My preference would be if this works for you and if this works for Mr. Davidson, something along the lines of, you know, a reasonable amount or reasonable frequency as determined by staff, and just it being something that's owned within your department. Not sure if that's a possibility or not.
Yeah, I mean, to me, that is, it's not explicitly said that way in the language. I think that's the intent. We've carved out the notification of 24 months in advance because we want to create that calendar well in advance so that we can find that balance. But if it's important to the council to explicitly give that delegated authority, then we could figure out a way. I'm assuming that it would be legal to do that, and that would be Mr. Davidson's opinion at that point.
That would be legal, yes.
Additional questions, comments from council? Yes, Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you. So I have a question, I guess, for Councilmember Palermo for 2.10. What will be some wording, adding or deleting from there? And then my motion will include on 1.7 to eliminate or just leave must be approved and signed by the city as property owner. But 2.10, I need some clarification on the language.
Councilmember Palermo.
Excellent, and I actually have a legal question that Councilmember Wilsey brought up a great point to me that I just want to make clear. So, as agreed upon by the city during planning, so if we can go scroll back down to 2.10. Right there, perfect. So, and again, I wouldn't expect this with the Friends Mimosa Hall and Garden, but as we use this as a prototype for future different groups and properties, the concern would be, what if there was something that's just a weekly event taken up where taxpayers aren't able to enjoy the property enough, something along those lines? It does say as agreed upon by the city during planning. And I guess just help me understand what that looks like. Is that something that actually does cover it, where basically staff is agreeing upon to it? Or do you feel we need to add in a sentence that mentions staff can determine,
So our intent in the way that we describe this is at the 24-month mark, we're looking to start setting the calendar for city and Friends events at that point. What do we know coming up in the next 2 years that the city is going to be using the property for, that Friends are likely going to be using the property for, and essentially gives us about a 6-month window to start working those pieces out. But we also recognize that in some cases, the River Landing being one, the machine shop being another, as we're looking at our specialty rental spaces, that at times we have that 24 to 18th month window that people are planning for some large activities and events. We do the same with, well, 4th of July is kind of an easy one, but with our other activities, we start that 18-month planning process. And so the 24 to 18-month process gives us the ability to start laying out the calendar to really see what does this look like. And then as we get into the 18th month mark, that helps us to start to take on different rental requests within that window and then start to populate the calendar. So for all intents and purposes, the process that we've outlined in 2.10 gives us that ability to really start setting the calendar and saying yay or nay on requests associated with it. And then as you see, as it really starts to pare down at that 6-month window, if it's a large event and activity, and we've just been going through this conversation with Live in Roswell and 4th of July, an event that large, it takes 6 months at the tightest time frame to plan something like that. And so that's really why we have the 6-month mark. Now, if you call us for a meeting.
And I'm not concerned with any of the dates. I want to pinpoint, you just said we can say yay or nay. If a future board for a different property, but through this type of prototype, were to schedule daily events of their own, board meetings, things like that, is there what's the mechanism for staff to say, it can't be every week, there needs to be, other people getting to use the property?
In my interpretation, it would be as agreed upon by the city, and in those cases, we would say we don't agree. That you're taking up too much time on the calendar for large events. It doesn't fit with our values of operating these properties for the benefit of the community as a whole and balance. And so we would work with that Friends group to figure out what a good compromise is that is reasonable for both organizations. That's how I interpret that authority.
I'm just wondering then, Mr. Davidson, to make it more clear, could we just add the word as approved, as agreed, and agreed upon and approved by the city during planning. And when I say the city, I'm thinking staff. This should not be coming to council. This is something I trust you and your department to manage, but just wanting to make clear that ultimately the city is weighing in.
So we can add that language, and if you want, we could actually put in the sole discretion of the city.
And that,
And that way, it's really just up to them, to the Parks and Rec Department coming to an agreement.
Additional comments, questions from council? Is there anyone in the public that would like to come forward and speak? Seeing no one approach, do I have a motion?
Yes, Mayor. So, motion to approve with the following modification. 2.10, according with city attorney recommendation on the language. And then the 1.7, I believe was 1.7, eliminate the word "or" from the paragraph. So we'll read, must be approved and signed by city as property owner.
We've got a motion by Councilmember Zapata. Do I have a second? Second. Second by Councilmember Wilsey. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it passes unanimously. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is the approval of a Design Review Board reappointment. Mr. Eric Henderson. Do I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Councilmember Judy. Do I have a second? Second. Second by Councilmember Wilsey. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it passes unanimously. The next item on the agenda is the approval of a Construction Board of Adjustments and Appeals appointment, John Harpering. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Councilmember Wilsey. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Judy. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it passes unanimously. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is the recognition of American Public Works Association, APWA, reaccreditation to the City of Roswell Department of Transportation. Mr. Ralph.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. So the Roswell Transportation Department got accredited for the first time in 2016 by the American Public Works Association for a period of 4 years. And we got our first re-accreditation back in March of the year 2020 after a multi-day in-person site visit of the fellow professionals from around the country. So I appreciate all the staff who were involved. Some of us are here tonight. For their efforts to maintain the accreditation status by putting in consistent hard work over the years. So I got Rob Delros as the accreditation manager and all the division managers, and then the admins, I got Shari Metli and Alicia Gurdi. And I thank all the staff that couldn't make it here but had a huge participation in that. So we also received some help from the most other city departments, especially Human Resources, Finance Department, and IT to show the evaluators our policies and methods follow national best practices. So we thank the Mayor and City Council for your continued support to make this a reality. And we have a 4-minute long video from APWA specifically made for this occasion. So if you're okay, we'd like to play it.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Henry, City Council members, and City Administrator Palmer. I'm Stan Brown, the President-elect of the American Public Works Association. I'm also a retired city manager in Oakwood, Georgia, over in Hall County, and I currently serve as a consultant with the Georgia Municipal Association. I'm honored to be with you here virtually tonight to celebrate this outstanding accreditation achievement by your Department of Transportation, which is under the leadership of Mohammed Roth. I also want to recognize the efforts of the department's accreditation manager, Shari Maytubby. And in addition to her, I'd also like to recognize the following individuals who contributed greatly to this achievement. Rob Del Ross, your Deputy Director of Transportation. Greg Nicholas, your Engineering Design Manager. Dave Cox, your Planning Manager. Joe Vitale, your Construction and Street Maintenance Manager. Janessa Gidry, one of your Administrative Specialists, and also Alicia Gray. Accreditation is a mark of professionalism, indicating that a public works agency has made the commitment to continuous improvement in the delivery of public works operations and services in the community. Accreditation is also recognizing an agency's policies, procedures, practices, and that they have all been evaluated by experienced public works professionals by comparing them internationally based on recognized management practices appropriate for that specific agency. So in other words, it's a program that's tailored to your specific operation there in Roswell. Some of the benefits of accreditation to a city include increased efficiency, improved processes, succession planning, professional recognition, and continuous improvement. Attaining accreditation also improves trust and accountability with your community, your citizens. It reflects that your agency is well managed and operates proactively, and that the Public Works Agency has reviewed its management practices against industry standards developed by public works professionals. And it also provides the potential for reduced insurance premiums, which is important to all of us. During March 2020, our team came in and did an evaluation of your Department of Transportation, and we looked at 144 practices, and they were all found to be in full compliance with industry standards. We also identified one model practice that was recognized for outstanding contribution to the public works profession. And that one was in the area of personal protective equipment. So your Department of Transportation is doing a great job in taking care of their people. The APWA Accreditation Council has awarded full accreditation status to the Department of Transportation effective March 2020. And that accreditation is good for 4 years. And then you'll go back through another reaccreditation process. On behalf of the American Public Works Association, it's my pleasure to award the accreditation plaque in recognition of the hard work and dedication of these public works professionals that you have on staff here in Roswell. You are now one of only 172 accredited agencies in North America to achieve this accreditation status, and you're one of only 4 in the state of Georgia. So quite an accomplishment. Congratulations on the job well done. Thank you for letting me join you here tonight.
Thank you, sir. Let's hear it for our Transportation Department. This is an outstanding achievement, and I would love to have a picture taken before you all exit stage right.
Okay, yeah, move in a little bit. Oh, yeah, everybody make sure you have a little window. Let me make sure I see Councilmember Hall. Can you slide over just a little bit? Yeah. Okay. Smiling. Great, thank you.
The next item on the agenda is a proclamation for Recreation Parks, Historic and Cultural Affairs, Parks and Facilities Staff Week. Whereas the Parks and Facilities Division is an industry leader in maintenance and operational standards for municipalities, Parks and Facilities Staff Week is encouraging staff and citizens to recognize the role of recreation parks, historic and cultural affairs maintenance and facilities staff plays in creating a great place to live, work, and play in the city of Roswell. And whereas Parks and Facilities staff helps maintain our community's recreation facilities by providing clean and safe facilities, parks and grounds, and whereas the quality and effectiveness of parks and facility services would not be available without the efforts and skills of qualified and dedicated staff. And whereas it is in the public interest for citizens and civic leaders in the city of Roswell to recognize the importance of parks and facilities maintenance staff, daily work, and special projects in our community. And now, therefore, I, Lori Henry, Mayor of the City of Roswell, do hereby proclaim the week of May 24th through the 30th as Parks and Facilities Staff Week in the City of Roswell, and ask all citizens pay tribute to our parks and facilities professionals, recognizing their contributions to protect the health, safety, and quality of life in the City of Roswell. Mr. Leatherman.
Thank you, Mayor Henry. And I have some of my staff representing our over 50 staff members that represent our parks and facilities maintenance. And we thought it fitting that as we roll into Memorial Weekend, which we go from busy to extremely busy, that we would take a moment this week and recognize not only that the work that they do each and every day, but we're here as part of the response team over the last 18 months as we saw an exponential increase in our parks, facilities, trails, and the work that they did as we opened our parks and facilities back up to the community in the midst of the pandemic was truly a yeoman's job across the entirety of our community. And, you know, they're often up early in the morning. They're working in the background, providing the facilities that we all enjoy. And just wanted to share just a couple of quick notes that we received just this week from members of our community. And I'm proud to say that we often get these types of compliments. So this is very representative of the work that they do. Gentlemen in our community said, I wanted to say thank you to you and your team for the great work that you do. My U10 baseball team played at Hembry Park on Saturday. The fields were great. What you all have done to recycle the football and synthetic turf onto the batting cages and bullpens were great. Your team members worked on Saturday. They were all very nice and friendly. They kept the park in great shape, including the restrooms. Thank you for all your hard work, and please thank the team for the efforts. They don't go unnoticed. And another weekend email. My wife and I have used many of the local trails to stay fit, especially during the past year. Last Wednesday, May 19, our hearts were fed by one of your employees. We were walking the Roswell Mill Trail when witnessed a man coming out of the rocks near the dam with 2 bags of trash. He works there in the department. He left us with a smile, and we were just grateful for the work that he does. And I just have a couple of other photos of the teams. I keep forgetting to turn this thing on. And these are members of our team, both indoors and outdoors, and you'll see them around the community. We'll be posting a number of items on our social media. We encourage our community to join us in celebrating the work that they do each and every day to make our community wonderful. And we thank the mayor and council for recognizing them as well.
Let's hear it for Recreation and Parks employees. And if you would mind coming forward, we would love to have a picture of you as well.
All right. Okay. All right, let me make sure. No, we're good, we're good. Ah. All right. Smiling. Congratulations.
Thank you all. Please go home and get some sleep. You've got a long day tomorrow. The next item on the agenda has to do with the budget under the mayor's report, and I would like to turn this over to Councilmember Wilsey, who's liaison to our Admin Finance Department. Councilmember Wilsey, will you please call the item?
Yes, Mayor. Item number 5, approval of the FY 2022 budget for the city of Roswell, Georgia in the amount of $150,086,435. This is the second reading. Thank you. This item will be presented by Director Luckett and his staff. Thank you very much.
This is second reading. I'll defer to Mr. Davidson and then let you take it over.
Thank you. This is an ordinance adopting a budget for fiscal year 2022 for each fund of the city of Roswell, Georgia pursuant to Article 6, Chapter 6 of the Charter of the City beginning July 1st, 2021 and ending June 30th, 2022. Appropriating the amount shown in each budget as expenditures, adopting the item of anticipated funding sources, prohibiting expenditures to exceed appropriations, and prohibiting expenditures from exceeding actual funding sources, and amending the Code of Ordinances to effectuate such adoption. Now, therefore, the mayor and council of the city of Roswell, pursuant to their authority, do hereby adopt the following ordinance. The city of Roswell, Georgia hereby adopts an expenditure budget for fiscal year 2022, said budget being described below and shown in Schedule A for each fund of the city of Roswell, Georgia. General Fund, $82,324,395. Confiscated Assets Funds, $749,500. E911 Fund, $3,006,279. CDBG Grant, $26,000. Impact Fees Fund, $1,130,734. Hotel Motel Fund, $673,700. Auto Rental Excise Tax Fund, $277,500. Lita Thompson Fund, $76,220. Special Events Fund, $145,198. T-Splosh Projects, $13,941,438. Capital Projects, $5,367,286. Bond Fund Debt Service, $1,655,000. Water and Sewer Fund, $4,209,487. Stormwater Utility Fund, $3,498,469. Solid Waste Fund, $12,254,703. Participant Recreation Fund, $5,963,084. Workers' Compensation Fund, $846,434. Group Health Insurance Fund, $10,187,705. Risk Management Fund, $1,787,683. Fleet Services Fund, $1,965,570. Scholarship Endowment Fund, $50 for a total budget of $150,086,435. Any increase or decrease in appropriations or revenue of any fund or for any department, the establishment of new capital projects, or the establishment of new grant projects, other than those exceptions provided for herein, shall require approval of the mayor and city council. A millage rate of 4.955 mils is estimated as part of the proposed budget. The millage rate has a component of 4.705 mils for the general fund, operating and capital improvement budget, and a component of 0.25 mils for servicing bonded indebtedness. The millage rate shall be adopted by mayor and council at a later date, but prior to the issuance of tax bills for the tax year 2021. This budget fixes the number of budgeted full-time positions of the city at 632. The city administrator or his or her designee is authorized to distribute funds reserved for the merit-based pay increase and the group benefits increase included in the fiscal year 2022 budget to the various departments as necessary. Mayor and council adopt a capital improvement plan for fiscal years 2022 through 2027 as attached hereto and incorporated herein as Schedule B. This plan does not indicate any promise of appropriations for future years or unfunded projects. This plan may only be modified through action of mayor and council. The remainder of the text is incorporated herein by reference, and if approved, this will be the second reading.
Thank you, Mr. Davidson.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. At today's second reading, I'll quickly do a review of the budget highlights for fiscal year 2022 budget. So we have a budget that is balanced while still maintaining the fully funded general fund reserve of 25% or $19.9 million. The base budget growth of $6.6 million, approximately 9% from FY 2021 to FY 2022. And as a result of that, there was only $2.4 million available for new operating requests and maintenance capital. We have nearly $353,000 worth of FY 2022 requests being funded within current base budget or from current year savings. And the proposed budget for fiscal year 2022 also includes an average of 3% merit-based wage increase for all full-time employees, part-time staff, and firefighters, which is proposed to start on January 1, 2022, which is only for a 6-month period. Moving on to the proposed budget, just quickly, the general fund proposed revenues for fiscal year 2022 are $82.3 million, and this particular donor chart gives you the breakdown of that revenue by some major categories. And then we have the general fund proposed expenditures of $82.3 million, again broken down by the various departments. This slide gives you a summary of the general fund proposed budget. So as you will see, the beginning fund balance amount is at $3.7 million. We have the proposed revenues at $80.4 million. The proposed base budget for fiscal year 2022 is currently at $78 million. We have the program changes or the operating request, the new operating request at $1.7 million. Partner organization requests at $386,500. And the proposed maintenance capital for fiscal year 2022 is at $280,000. So that's a total proposed operating request of $2.4 million. So your proposed operating budget for fiscal year 2022 is almost $80.5 million. So that leaves us with $6,321 in operating. And then the fund balance that has been used for one-time capital is a little over $1.8 million. So the total general fund proposed budget for fiscal year 2022 is at $82.3 million. And the amount that has been allocated for the increase in the general fund reserve by policy, which is 25% that we maintain, that's $1.8 million. So that leaves us with a fund balance in the general fund of $15,554. This slide gives you a list of the partner organization requests, both funded and unfunded, and I will not read through those. And the proposed funded items that we have here are contingent upon mayor and council approval of the updated contract. Moving on to the budget ordinance highlights, these are the same as was presented at the first reading. There's only one change since the last time, and I will get to that on one of the later slides. So the first one here we have is the reappropriation from fiscal year 2021 of unspent funding in the general fund to establish a general fund fuel and utility contingency. And then we have reappropriation of unspent funding in the general fund to establish a general fund operating contingency. Also reappropriation of unspent funding in the general fund to establish a general fund grant match contingency. And on this slide, reappropriation from FY 2021 of any unspent capital project funding, grant funding, or capital projects fund contingencies. And then we also have the reappropriation from fiscal year 2021 of several other items down here, and I will not read through those. A couple of them like employee wellness program, and then some funding that's left over in Roswell University, the elections funding, etc. Then here we have the reappropriation from fiscal year 2021 of any unspent funding for the Roswell Historical Society, any unspent funding in the confiscated assets fund. And this last one that you see is the one that has been added now in the second reading. This wasn't included in the first reading. And that is the unspent COVID relief funds that were approved for residents and local businesses. So we are proposing carrying forward any of those. Moving on to the add-delete proposals that we have received from council. So this slide here gives you a summary of the general fund, again, that I had shown on a previous slide, just fewer lines on this one. So I'll skip through this. And here we have a summary of the proposed changes and the impact of those changes on the general fund. So these are suggestions that we received as of last week, Friday. The general fund operating budget, and the way we have organized these is, so we have the proposed operating additions, proposed operating deletions, and we've split that between recurring and one-time. And then we have the maintenance capital. So the proposed operating additions for recurring are $665,387. The proposed operating deletions recurring is $886,520, which is higher. And then the proposed operating additions for one time, we have $70,320. And the one-time deletions in operating are $108,833. And maintenance capital, we have additions of $392,600 and no deletions in that. So the general fund operating for recurring is currently negative by $165,146. And the general fund operating that is available for one-time use is $38,513. And this slide, we have the impact of the changes, the proposed changes in one-time capital. So we have the proposed revenue increase of $800,000. This is from the shift in the millage rate of 0.15 mils. And then that funding, and then we have the proposed one-time capital additions of a total of $957,000, and you'll see the details of that on a later slide. And the proposed deletions in one-time capital is $290,000. So that would leave us with a general fund available fund balance for one-time capital of $236,029. Moving on to the proposed adds for the general fund operating. So these are the list of ads that we have received, and everything has stayed the same from the first reading except for the last item, item number 11, which is to add funding for the Roswell Arts Fund in the amount of $7,000. And I'd also like to mention that item number 8 and item number 9 are duplicates. It's just the amount that is different based on who is proposing that particular change. So that's a total ad proposals of $840,094. Moving on to the deletes, we have the same deletes again from the first reading, except for the last one, number 18, which is to remove the National League of Cities membership dues in the amount of $7,000. So that's your total delete proposals of $995,353. In the maintenance capital, we have 3 deletes that have been proposed. The first one is the Tactical Vest and Helmet Replacement Program, $30,000. The Recreation and Parks Maintenance Program, $310,000, and $52,600 being proposed to be added for the athletic field light pole replacements. So that's a total of $392,600 for the maintenance capital. In the one-time capital, we have the same ads again as was proposed at first reading, no changes here. The first one is a 3D scanner for investigations in the police department, $70,000. And then we have the position, this is the vehicle in relation to the position request that you saw in the operating slide earlier of $87,000 for the crew supervisor. And then you have the $800,000 that I mentioned on a previous slide for the debt service transfer. That's the $800,000. And that $800,000 is proposed to be used towards these 2 projects on number 25 and number 26, which is a transfer from T-Splost for median islands and the sidewalk gaps. So that leaves you with a total ad proposals of a net of $157,000 for one-time capital. And then we have just one delete in the one-time capital. That's for the formal recodification of the UDC in the amount of $290,000. That's the end of my presentation, ma'am.
Thank you very much. And before I open this up to council, let me go through what the process is going to be this evening. I am looking forward to a very robust conversation about the budget and the adds and deletes. And after we do that, then what we'll do is we'll go through a line by line and a motion on each line item on the adds and deletes that are being proposed. And after that is all said and done, we'll take about a 10 to 15-minute break so our staff can make sure that they have captured all of our intent, and we can ask for a final motion that encompasses all of the issues. What I would like to add before I turn this over to council for questions, comments, is that I am going to propose that there are several things that I'm going to ask for a motion for at the appropriate time. And what those items are is line 23, transfer from T-Splosh Index, number 3, SR 140 median islands. I propose that that would come out of the 2021 budget. I would also propose that sidewalk gaps, item number 24, that are required to finish and high-ranking, that are not high-ranking on the list, of 260,000. So 540 and 260,000. I am supporting that coming out of the 2021 budget that we will be discussing shortly. The other thing, too, that I'll be proposing is that there is an item for $33,313 for a grant specialist. I would propose that that amount, if not more, should come out of the 2021 budget, and I would also support the fact that that goes to a firm that has already ramped up and is ready to execute on our behalf as far as stimulus projects. And the last one that I would propose that would come out of the 2021 budget would be the crosswalk at Crabapple Road. Staff is estimating that be somewhere between $10,000 and $15,000. I would like to propose that we pull the $15,000 out of the 2021 budget. So having said that, those were my adds and deletes, and I will turn this over to council. Like I said, I look forward to a robust discussion. We will discuss these adds and deletes line item, and I would ask council to address any general budget issues that aren't within the adds and deletes. I understand there's going to be some crossover over there, but I look forward to the discussion. So, Councilmember Hall.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Henry. I just have a clarification question. So for the 2021 budget that we're going to, is that the budget that's the end of the year budget, or this is, and there's extra funds in there that we're going to hear about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. So we have potentially these funds to use for other things.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Councilmember Judy.
Yes, Mayor. I believe in our conversations, just to make sure the police protective equipment is coming from a separate source as well, correct?
The case, we'll be funding that out of current year savings.
Okay, so that will be no need. All right, thank you. We are funding it, though, correctly. Thank you.
Councilmember Palermo.
Excellent. Thank you, Mayor Henry. So first of all, glad and definitely also looking forward to a robust discussion and glad for the opportunity to vote on each add and delete after great discussion. So great to hear. Yeah, I'm sorry to ask you to repeat yourself a third time, but I just want to make sure I'm completely clear. So because I think you had mentioned a different number where it was different than what I had in this binder, which is the March 24th, 2021. So 26, you're supporting out of not the 2022 budget, but out of the 2021 budget. And so it's 26, same thing with 25, same thing with Crabapple, for potentially up to $15,000. Was there something else that you said in addition to those three things?
Actually, what I said was number 23, which is the 540 for the median islands, 24, which are the sidewalk gaps, 260. Then I also stated the grant money that I would not support going for a grant specialist, but for a firm that specializes in it, as well as the Crabapple Crosswalk in the amount of $15,000.
Okay, and I think, am I looking at a different thing? Because I'm seeing, yeah, our numbers are different.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I apologize. I might have an older list. Okay, so let me go by what they're referred to as. We've got, oh, because they added the 7,000, sorry.
yeah.
Okay, so transfer from T-Plus Index number 3, SR 140, median islands, $540,000. I support that coming out of the 2021 budget.
Yep.
Sidewalk gaps from the list where a short piece is required to finish that don't rank high enough in the list. The amount is $260,000. Then I've got it's add one full-time grant specialist at 75% funding. I am not supporting a new position, but I will support $33,313 that has been dedicated there that comes out of the 2021 budget. Then the last item is not on this list, which is the Crabapple Crosswalk to Roswell Area Park, and I would support that in the amount of $15,000 to come out of the 2021 budget.
Excellent. Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you for asking. Additional questions, comments from council? Okay. So I think that at this point in time, what we'll do, yes, Councilmember Palermo?
Excellent. Thank you. So first off, for those approximately 5 items, again, I really appreciate your support on there, and I definitely agree and support with those things as well. And if we can fund it from 2021 instead of 2022, all the better. So I think that's great, and I think an improvement and a great start to this budget. With it, taking a step back and repeating just some concerns that I had shared at the first reading, is that ultimately, when we look at our operating costs compared to our capital investment and our maintenance, we've seen our operating expenses really grow, and therefore by sacrificing capital investments and maintenance. And as the finance department provided us graphs that showed the years moving up to this year for Roswell, and they provided graphs that showed neighboring cities, Milton, Johns Creek, Sandy Springs, Alpharetta. We see that of those 4 cities, 3 of them have smaller total budgets than us, but they actually invest more in capital improvement and maintenance. And that's a concern. And obviously, what's most important is we're focusing on Roswell, but it's just, I think we have a concern as is. And then when we look at the graphs in comparing to the other cities, it shows it's really a bigger problem, that we're not investing enough. And it's, the reason is because our operating expenses are growing so much. So again, I think what we've heard, that sounds like there's consensus on definitely some good capital investments that I'm really excited for and really glad to hear we're going to add into the 2021 budget. But it's where I brought up my concern is that even by going through these adds and deletes, and I actually support all these adds and deletes and really hope we can do this to improve the budget. That being said, I think just by doing a number of improvements through adds and deletes doesn't really solve our problem. And isn't doing what we need to do as elected officials, which is really look under the hood and go through more of a zero-based budget process through, potentially starting with different departments or however this mayor and council or staff would recommend. But ultimately, I think we really do need to take a good hard look at and seeing really why is our operating expenses so much more than even Sandy Springs, who has a larger total budget than us, but we have higher operating costs. And without a doubt, I'm sure there could be good justifications and explanations for each of them, but it's something that I think we do need to make sure we're having the public discussion, and we're looking at really finding ways to better control expenses and really be more efficient with taxpayer money to make sure that taxpayer money is being reinvested into things that clearly and directly benefit taxpayers. And again, I think these improvements, these adds and deletes help do that, but it doesn't nearly get us as far as we need to go, and that's going to be a longer process that we're not able to solve tonight. So that's the high level that I'd like to share for now before we get into individual adds and deletes before all those discussions and votes.
Thank you. I would like to point out that when you're talking about the growth and the spending in our operating budget, Mr. Luckett, would you please review, let's just say the last 5 years of our budget and the legislative changes that have taken place as far as capping property taxes and how that affects the way we have invested in capital in the past? And I'll just tell you from my standpoint, I'll ask for your professional opinion. From my standpoint, what has happened on this graph, it shows that we have rolled back the millage rate. It shows that our millage rate, other than that, has remained consistent. It also shows what happened when the state legislature decided that we would cap our property assessments. And what we did in the past was that our property assessments, anything that came in as I'll call it a bump, at the after the assessments were made, we always use that for capital. And so is that a fair assessment of what this graph is showing, Mr. Luckett?
Yes, Mayor. Part of our budget principles here are that we do fund recurring maintenance capital with recurring resources. And one of the reasons for the slowdown in our revenues does have to do with the impact of the floating homestead exemption, which, like you said, caps our growth each year. So while our revenues have slowed, our expenses, just general operating expenses, have continued to increase, and that's kind of limited our ability to invest operating dollars in maintenance capital. That's definitely one reason for that.
Thank you, Mr. Luckett. The other thing I would like to add here as commentary to Councilmember Palermo's comments is that when we're talking about growth in our operating budget, in this adds and deletes list, council members are supporting hiring nine new employees. The only time we've ever seen that addition of that many employees that I know of has been when we have taken outside contracts, brought them in-house, and actually put those within our budget as employees, because previously they were contract. So the greatest way to grow government is by growing the number of employees. So the budget that was requested, my budget, did not support new employees at this point in time. Additional comments? Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. So on April 26, 2021, we were presented with this graph. And for all of us who strongly believe in increasing the maintenance capital and one-time capital, this was alarming. This graph was alarming. So immediately I started looking for options. Where can we save money to invest on what the community wants the most, which is maintenance of our, for example, parks and other departments, and one-time capital of existing infrastructure, which I call update or upgrade existing infrastructure. For example, a bathroom in a park made in 1970 that need a refresh, an update, an upgrade. So for me, that is priority number one, maintenance capital and one-time capital for the community. So, so we did propose, because in 2021 and 2022, after a study was, if you can show me, please, on this graph. Thank you. So I start, looking into the operating expenses, and you can see here that, very quick, we can go in a deep analysis here, but very quick you can see that even though maybe number of full-time and part-time employee might be going down, total salaries has increased for the last 4 fiscal budget, almost $12,100,000, which is about 28% increase in 4 budgets. So this is, if we're going to talk about increasing the government, we have to also look into the operating expenses. So this is very representative of a problem. So what we're proposing here, that we see that we've been increasing from fiscal year 19 to 29% on salary and benefits, then from 20 to 21, 6%, and from 21 to the proposed 22 is a 7%. What we're proposing here is take the 3% and reallocate this to maintenance and one-time capital. So as we can see, it's great. It's great that everybody's making more money. It's fantastic. But also we're responsible, and we have to, really take care of maintenance of existing infrastructure and invest in update and upgrade of our existing infrastructure. So, example is, on the park system, we have 1,000 acres. Our neighbors, Johns Creek and Alpharetta, we always talk about, they've been investing heavily in brand new parks, and then the contrast is even bigger. It's even bigger from a park made in 1970, 80, versus one made in 2020. So this is how we justify, and that we found that we can move money from the salary and benefit 3% on top of the 4% already proposed from 21 to 22 to allocate to much needed maintenance and one-time capital. So, like I said, this graph gives you a good idea of what happened on the last 4 or 5 years from 18 budget to the proposed budget of 2022. As you can see on the total positions, part-times that are unavailable right now, normally they will allocate the budget amount of money, and then throughout the year, depends on the needs, will be hiring or not part-time employee. This is what is unavailable, the number at this point. Just want to explain this too. So saying that, I would like also to show for some of you who might want to see more numbers, the next slide, please. I'm the old-fashioned paper slide, but it works. So here you have, again, from 2018 to 2022, we have a 28% increase in salary and benefits, which represent $12 million and almost $12,100,000. So, and you can see here by full-time, by part-time, year after year in terms of position and in terms of salaries and benefits. So, I don't know if it's a whole picture saying that less government is less people when you increase the operating budget notorious in 4 budgets. So I think it's something that we need to consider and take it seriously and see what we prioritize. So as we can see, we've been catching up with 9%, 6%, 7% in salary and benefit increase from 2009 2019 to 2022 proposed budget. So this is how we justify moving the 3% into maintenance and one-time capital.
Thank you. Before I call on you, Councilmember Tizer, I would like to point out that, yes, there is a total picture. And Mr. Luckett, would you please just give us a briefing for those in the audience that are not aware of our compensation study that we did? Also, I would like to point out, I don't know, this is pure conjecture, but I'm willing to bet that the reason why we can't give part-time position information is because we can't hire part-time folks because we can't pay them. The other thing I would like to point out, when you talk about recreation and parks maintenance, which I fully support, I have been a long supporter in maintaining our buildings that we have. We are an older community. We are an authentic community. Our neighbors are new and shiny. We don't have that luxury, but we have the luxury of a great 167-year history that I am very proud of. One of the items that you are proposing to cut is a reduce in supplies, and I would like to point out that a big bump in those supplies has been recreation and parks, toilet paper, paper towels. This is a reoccurring issue that our Recreation and Parks Department is facing on a regular basis. So I want to keep all of that in mind. So Mr. Luckett, would you please talk to us about the compensation study?
Yes, Mayor. So over the last year, the city hired an outside consultant to perform a compensation study. The results of that study showed that overall city salaries, position pay was about 9% below the comparative cities. And so as part of that recommendation, the consultant recommended a 9% increase across the board, but there were also certain positions that, based on the revised job duties, were bumped up to another pay grade because of the level of job duties that they were performing. So those individuals might have received more than 9% just based on whatever position they occupied at the time. But so that compensation study was adopted by the Mayor and Council a couple of months ago. Phase 1 of that was implemented during FY 2021. The FY 2022 proposed budget continues on with that implementation, and the compensation study will be fully implemented in FY 2023.
Thank you, Mr. Luckett. And do you have any statistics showing, because I just know from common sense and practicality, is that the previous administration chose not to give our employees raises on an annual basis. They were told that they would have to wait 2 years before they could have any type of a pay raise. If we continue that policy, my prediction would be that in a couple of years, we'll be 9% behind the norm in our neighboring cities, and we can't compete with that. Are you comfortable?
I think that is the thought behind the compensation study, was that, the 9% was catching us up to the market or the average. And then to stay at that spot, we would need to stay in line with what other cities are doing and giving pay increases or merit pay increases.
Thank you, Mr. Luckett. Councilmember Tizer.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Luckett, just a couple questions, if you could leave this chart up. If I were to take a group of people who work for the city who were contract employees working for an outside firm and move them from contract to actual being city employees, would that affect this chart that you have on the screen?
Yes. Those contract employees would fall under the operating section of our budget, that category, the operating category, and so moving those into actual city positions would show an increase in the salaries and benefits portion of the budget.
And so if I'm not mistaken, in one of these years, we moved the court services organization from contract into employee. And I think we did the same thing last year with our
community development inspectors. Is that correct?
We had one employee in court services that became a city employee from contract, but then in FY 2020, I think it was 13 positions that were formerly outsourced, were brought in-house for community development.
Do you know about how much that would have totaled, those 14 employees?
It was around $1 million.
Okay.
And
So
that was the increase on the salaries portion. The net increase for the city was less than that, but the salaries and benefits would have gone up by that much.
right, and so salary plus about 30% for benefits. So that would change the look of this chart, and I would suggest that if we're going to use the chart, we might want to correct for that. And then my last thought on this issue, and I'll have a thought as we get to one of these other items here later. I'll just hold my comments until then. Council member just said that the plan was to move move money from the operating to support maintenance capital. And I just want to point out that that's really not what's happening here. If you take a look at our add and delete sheet, it proposes on item, I think it's 11, item 11 on one sheet and item 12 on the other, $643,431 to take away an average merit increase of 3% from our hardworking 75% hourly employee group. And if I add up the 9 employees, which the mayor discussed, that's about $720,000. And so, in fact, what's occurring here is we're just taking the money from the salary increase and using it to hire new employees, not putting it towards maintenance capital. You know, there's other issues that are causing us to have issues with maintenance capital. We can talk about those later, but I just wanted to point out that those numbers are both very similar, and that's how we're creating that item.
Additional, Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor Henry. So, Ryan, this is for you. With regards to the comp study, the comp study was a class and pay study. And from what I understand, the prior city administrator executed the RFP for it. When I was reviewing it and the over the cross increase of 9%, I understood that there were 45 positions that were basically looked at and compared as an average, minimum, midpoint, and maximum. But there were columns or items that weren't identified as to where existing positions, Roswell positions, were compared to that. So we may have had a position that was exactly at midpoint, or we may have had a position that was at the high point, but that wasn't part of the RFQ, so the consultant didn't analyze that. Is that a correct understanding?
Not an expert in these types of studies, but my understanding was that they selected a sample of job descriptions because they are getting information from other cities. There's not necessarily an exact match for every one of our positions. This is my understanding from Mr. Harner. So they selected a sample, I'm not sure exactly how many, of positions to compare across all the cities to get data back on the pay grades as they stood, and that was the basis for their comparison.
So effectively, we just went 9% across the board when we may have had positions that were already in the high, and potentially we didn't know. And this is one of the reasons that I support not moving in this direction, because as we get a new administration, hire a new administrator who will be on board at some point next year for sure, this would be something that I would suggest that we review for equity for employees so that everybody is assured that they're receiving a fair wage. Thank you.
Councilmember Palermo.
So, thank you, Mayor Henry. So I want to go back to really, I think, reiterate, I think, an important part. So it was brought up that what this does is it's only reducing the operating expense by a couple $100,000. And obviously the goal is, and we should be doing that by more. I think that was brought up, but that actually gets into some of the adds and deletes here. My point is, we have a bigger issue that cannot be solved just with tonight's adds and deletes, no matter how long I think we're here tonight. And that's why it brings up, there's some certain key positions that are very relevant for that, and the first one being a full-time Office of Innovation position. It's something that we've got a big issue. We've really got to roll up our sleeves and find out how do we sustainably finance our city and make sure that our taxpayer dollars are efficient as possible. And yes, this is an increased expense, which again is paid for by other larger expenses, but gives us the opportunity to really go through a much bigger exercise, comparison, et cetera. And so that's where there's that investment, and that actually, the same logic of knowing that we have this budget issue with the innovation position is one that was actually, I believe, unanimous in the discussions regarding the strategic plan, that is important. It's something the city's been lacking, and something that we really need to add, because we've been lacking innovation, and we need to really make sure that we're driving with innovation. And similarly, on item number 4, basically staff requested a budget analyst, and knowing that we really need to dig a lot deeper into our budget and really get under the hood a lot more in front of taxpayers and working on improving future budgets. That's the thought process by 2 of these roles that again are fully paid for by multiple other operating deletions.
Councilmember Judy.
I'd just like to go on record saying I can't take 3% off our current employees to fund new positions at this point in time, to keep our employees that are here at a fair wage, competitive with the surrounding municipalities, and at the top of our game here in the city of Roswell. So taking those to fund other positions, I find, is robbing Peter to pay Paul. And at the end of the day, we are diminishing what we have in-house here. We can always add those positions at some other point should we see a need, but in this budget here tonight, I cannot support taking 3% away from our existing employees to then create new positions, and that's what we're doing here.
Councilmember Wilsey.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Judy. I also agree with that. I think we've done the council, and we've done a lot of work over the last year to bring our compensation up to parity with our surrounding communities, and I feel like if we would be taking a step backward by taking this 3% out of the budget. So I could not support taking that away and then adding an additional nine employees. I will say I do support 100% the Office of Innovation position. That position, as I understand it, is tied very closely to the adoption of the strategic plan. So once that plan is adopted and we have a city administrator in place, because that is such a senior position and reports to the city administrator, I would hope that we can revisit that as soon as possible. So again, that is something I do support for the city. I'm just not comfortable, borrowing money from the essential operating expenses that we have in place right now to fund it.
Councilmember Palermo.
As discussed, all employees are receiving a 9% raise. So the discussion is not about taking away 3%. The discussion is 3% on top of the 9% that they're receiving this year. And so with that, that's where, with actually having the innovation and actually looking deep at our budget, it gives us the opportunity. Maybe next year 3% is the right number. Maybe it's 6%. I don't know, and the problem is I don't think any of us know, because we're not actually digging into really how we should be financing our city. And also with these few positions, again, because it's being brought up a lot, Again, one is innovation, which we all agree upon within the strategic plan, and that's such an important role. That's something that should be set by City Council. It should be City Council ensuring that right innovation in those aspects. So there's 7, and then so it's a total of 8 positions here, because as the mayor mentioned, we'd be going to a grants company instead of actually hiring a grants individual. There's the budget aspect, and the fact, again, we really need to actually move towards a zero-based budget and really see what is the appropriate funding for each department, each purpose, things like that we're not doing. And then obviously where a lot of the other employees being mentioned are, one is we open ourselves up to a lot of risks by having a part-time fire department, and by bringing in 3 full-time captains, it's eliminating and taking away the need for multiple part-time positions, because we'd actually have 3 full-time captains dedicated to Roswell for the first time. So again, that is decreasing the need for part-time employees. And then lastly, the 3 other employees are crucial maintenance. So although they represent employee pay and operating costs, they're purely for the purpose of maintaining our trails and our park areas, which is desperately in need, and such an important part why Roswell taxpayers value and choose Roswell, because of our great parks that we absolutely have to take care of, and we need a maintenance crew to be able to do that.
Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question for Mr. Lockett to clarify why we see here that the part-time salary and benefits proposed for 2022 is 7.8 million, and then the number of positions is unavailable right now. I want to have a clear explanation of the reason of that, which is information that I requested, and I was told that for a reason that Mr. Lockett is going to explain, we couldn't access to this information this minute.
So when it comes to the budget process, full-time positions are authorized by the mayor and council, a set number of positions. They're limited to the actual number of slots that can be hired. When it comes to part-time positions, that is governed really by the amount of available budget. And so when we provided you the number of part-time employees, that was based upon how many part-time employees actually worked for the city during that particular year. For FY 2022, we only know what the proposed budget is for part-time positions, but there are no number of authorized part-time positions. A department has the discretion based on the amount of available part-time employee budget. So we wouldn't really be able to give you that number of part-time positions for FY 22 until after FY 22.
Great. So it's not the reason that we cannot hire part-times that is unavailable. That is not the reason that we don't know that we can hire part-time employees. It's another reason that you just explained to us.
Right. We just wouldn't know the exact number until after the fiscal year.
Great. Thank you.
And I would like to follow up. I said that I was only guessing on that, but I do know from staff that we are having a very difficult time hiring part-time employees because we cannot pay them what the private sector is paying them. Councilmember Judy.
Yes, real quick, as liaison to police and fire, I would like to clarify my position on the 3 captains that were just mentioned. From speaking to members of the department, we have a new chief that will be starting next Tuesday, 6/1, who will be wanting, such as other things, to put in his own structure of what the fire department looks like. Putting 3 captains here right now in this budget would be probably not advisable, because we don't know if he needs 3 captains. And so we should wait until the captain or the chief wants to tell us how he wants to structure his fire department, and then we'll be glad to look at it and make a budget amendment or bring it to mid-year. But throwing 3 chiefs out there, or captains out there right now, I believe would be reckless.
Councilmember Palermo.
There were a couple different comments I've heard, and I really want a clarification to make sure that we're all on the same page. So this budget is from July 1st, 2021 until June 30th, 2022. And there are a lot of opportunities during a mid-year where perhaps there's some money that was not spent and can be redirected, but there's no guarantee of that. And so if something is a priority, then it's really important that tonight we're getting it in the budget. And we always have the ability to change our mind as long as the money's not spent. So if we allocate some money, then we can always decide, you know what, let's save that money. This council can always do that. But what we can't do is, if we do get a new priority, or we decide one of these things are a priority, we certainly can't just cross our fingers and hope there'll be enough money. And that's where tonight we have to show we're serious about it. And again, there's been so many different discussions and needs for full-time positions. I totally agree the new chief should be making the decisions around it. But I think we need to show our chief that we're investing in our fire department, and therefore here's the 50% funding, which basically represents the chief would have 6 months to decide where he wants those 3 captains to be, what that should look like. But again, if we don't approve that 50% funding tonight, then that means we don't have the money January 1st for a captain to start, unless we're just lucky and have some money that wasn't spent. And again, same thing goes with the Office of Innovation. We've gone too many years without innovation, improving our processes, and finding ways to be more efficient with tax dollars. And I don't want to wait another year until July of 2022. I want us in this year. And so again, if there's discussion of not wanting 100%, but wanting 75% or 50%, but it's so crucial that we're investing in the city and making progress for our residents.
Additional comments from council? Not seeing any hands up. I would like to go ahead and open this up to the public. Is there anyone in the public that would like to come forward and speak? Yes, ma'am, please come forward.
Janet Russell, Roswell resident since 1973. Mr. Tizer, if you'd like to have some clarification on when the code enforcement people were privatized and then brought back in, I will be happy to discuss that with you in private and give you all the reasons why it happened, because you didn't give the story. Just so you know, I know where the bodies are buried. When I noticed that, all these numbers, I'm a little befuddled, but that's fine. I noticed that all the additions and deletions were made by 3 council members, and the other 3 council members didn't seem to do anything. There was nothing motioned. I used to teach civics years ago. I don't know if they still do, but we have a government that has a system of checks and balances, and that's why we have a mayor and a council. We don't just have a mayor who's a dictator or a group of people that make decisions. It's a system of checks and balances. And I just wanted to know why, if any, deletions or additions were not made by the other 3 council members. I'm just curious because I saw the same 3 names for every addition or deletion. I know this is the mayor's budget, and I didn't know if you just went in 100% with the mayor on her budget, but I would think that you would be objective and practice our governmental system of checks and balances. As far as operating budget, general things, I don't know what the rate of inflation is, but it sure as hell isn't 12% in the last 2 years. And as much as I think our employees should be paid a living wage, 12% is over the top. And the reason I don't like it is because the people at the top who are making the big bucks are getting more big bucks. And the people at the bottom that are busting their asses, like the people in the parks keeping it clean all day when nobody else is, they get the smallest amount of an increase because they make the smallest amount of money. I hate that. I just hate it. The people during this pandemic who got to work at home in their pajamas and not drive anywhere to work, they got the same raise across the board. So if they're making $100,000, they got a hell of a lot more money than the people who were getting up every morning and going to the parks and picking up the masks off the ground, because I'm at those parks every day. They got the smallest amount of a raise. And I think the whole raise system across the board is terrible. 3% that they haven't gotten yet isn't taking away anything. They already got 9%, plus I believe they got a bonus also. So if you say you want to be competitive with other cities, great. They can go find another job there, but the chances are they're going to stay here Because they don't live in this city, so they don't care. They go home someplace else every day anyway. The majority, if you wanted to ask every employee to put a zip code on an index card, you wouldn't have to hire a consultant to find out if you're paying them too much or too little. You just put all the zip codes out in index cards. Maybe, you got 630 something, get 6 packs of 100 index cards at the Dollar Tree. You don't need to pay another consultant to tell you that. So I'm just curious as to why 3 city council members made no additions or deletions to the proposed budget. I haven't been following it carefully, but it was so obvious to me, and I wondered why.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the public that would like to come forward and speak? Yes, sir.
Jason Yowell, 5010 Old Oak Trace. You seem to be quibbling over pennies, and yet RDOT seems to just be blowing huge amounts of money every time you turn around. Later on tonight, you're going to approve hundreds of thousands of dollars more for Oxbow after the boondoggle of the hardware store, where you ended up paying for 1/3 of an acre, $5.5 million. Wow. It's really ironic that your transportation department spends more time getting accreditation than it does on actually designing things effectively. Oxbow is off the charts in terms of the money that it's costing. The design is absurd. It's excessive, but that is indicative of everything that RDOT does. The gateway, forget about it. That is just such a mess. And if you think that thing is going to come in at $50 million, you're dreaming. If you think it's going to be done in 5 years, you're dreaming. That design is irresponsible. The T-Splosh money comes and goes. It gets just piddled away from who knows what they do with it at RDOT, but they come back and they go, oh, well, we got T-Splosh 2. We need to take money from that and put it into T-Splosh 1 projects because, well, we really fouled up on those. My mind is just boggled by, and I really focus on RDOT because it's the most visible thing. RDOT is destroying the fabric of the city, and they are spending money like drunken sailors, and you aid and abet it, because every time the transportation director comes in and goes, oh, well, we miscalculated, we need another $2 million here, we need another $300,000 here, it's ludicrous. At some point, you got to just say, you know what? No. And you don't have it broken down tonight, but in the first reading, I was the only member of the public here. You had $660,000 that was supposed to come out of the impact fee fund to go into the not concept design, but hard design for the pedestrian bridge over the Chattahoochee River. Have you talked to any of the current council people in Sandy Springs? They go, what? Bridge? Pedestrian bridge over the river for what? Well, we're paying half of it? They don't know about it. They don't care about it. And it's really for their benefit more than ours. But it's the wrong place to take money out of impact fees. $660,000. This should be going to intersection improvements to mitigate the impact of development. That's the purpose of it. To put it into design fees for a project that probably isn't going to get built because the reality is you don't even control the process of acquiring the land on the other side of the river that ridiculous bridge has to be on. And you screwed that guy. That homeowner who owns that's the owner of Shoot the Hooch. If you think he's given his land up, he's not. He's going to say, hey, I see what you did at Oxbow. That's the comp in this corridor. That's what I want. And I'm not, just like them, I'm not selling you what you need. I'm selling you the whole thing. And at $15 million an acre, and I've got 1.8, do you think that pedestrian bridge is going to go on that side of the river? I don't think so. And your whole design of the gateway is predicated on the pedestrian bridge being on the wrong side of the roadway. Money just spent. What do you got? What have they spent? I know it's not just city money. It's federal and state money. RDOT has spent $20 million at the last count on a project that hasn't turned a shovel of dirt. Wow. And we quibble about the pennies that you're quibbling about right now. And RDOT is spending money in a criminal fashion. You have to wonder, is there something crooked? Because can people really be that stupid to spend money the way RDOT spends it? Or are people stealing? I don't know. But there's never an explanation.
Mr. Yowell, I'm not going to allow you to accuse our staff of being crooked or of theft. You have no basis to make those comments. You can give your opinion, but please don't be accusing them.
I'm not accusing anybody. I'm merely saying, are they stupid or are they crooks? I don't know.
Thank you,
It's
Mr.
a question.
Yowell. Thank you. Is there anyone else in the public that would like to come forward and speak? Seeing no hands up, I'll bring it back to council. Comments from council. Councilmember Wilsey.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I would just like to address one comment, and I just wanted to say, and I said this earlier, that I agree with many of the ads that are on this list, and I have many other ads that I'd like to add as well. I understand the revenues are still strained as we're coming out of the recovery, and that staff and the mayor worked really hard to get to a balanced budget that covered our basic needs, and I'm very optimistic that we will continue to recover in a positive way. I also saw that for many of the items that were on the list, there were other ways that we could fund them. So again, I support many of the ads. What I really had a problem with was some of the deletes that were presented, and hope that we can look at other ways to fund some of these items that are being proposed.
Councilmember Judy.
Yes, I would like to echo that sentiment and to intimate that council members at this dais didn't sit in many hours of meetings in public with department heads. Looking at this every which way is insulting. I think that we have an opportunity to add, to delete, to find other sources, and to look at this as a budget that mainly came from department heads and the people here in City Hall that I trust very much in their needs, and had conversations. Hey, do you need this right now? Do you not need this right now? So to say that we didn't do work on this budget because there's no ads and deletes on here is absolutely ludicrous. And I'm excited to move through this process as we do every year and come up with the budget and move on and get working on the work of the people. Thank you.
Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. So, yeah, every year we have a proposed budget folder every year that give you all the unfunded items requested by staff members, by different departments. So I go through this and I ask, what do you need? For example, we're giving out $310,000 on Parks and Recreation maintenance. So, I talk to staff and say, look, how much are you getting? $75,000. How much you request? $385,000. So they say, well, I'm going to fight to get you $385,000 maintenance for our parks, our park system, our 1,000 acres park system. So I guess we all talk here to staff members and try to perceive the priorities, and then we come elected officials that we understand the residents, taxpayers, and the people of Roswell, what they appreciate and what they don't appreciate. And definitely parks is something that the people of Roswell appreciate very much. So leaving $310,000 unfunded out of $385,000 request by the department, I don't think it's right. And so again, and then the same exercise with other departments. So we understand what their needs is, and then we bring in the perception and the needs or desire of the community, and then this is what we can with the proposed add or delete to the proposed budget by the mayor. So that is how the process works. So, yeah, I mean, I'm curious to know also why only 3 of us are bringing forward for the first reading, and before the first reading, bringing forward the add and deletes, and nobody else, maybe now last minute, they were presented some add and deletes during the beginning of the process of the second reading. So, so this is how the process works, and we all understand the needs and wants, and take a look on the unfunded requests that every budget, every year, bring forward, and try to see what is important to move around and prioritize.
Thank you, Councilmember Zapata. I would like to add that in the budget that I present every year, the deletes or unfunded that is presented to you all, those decisions are made by our department heads. Those decisions are not made by me. So I look to our department heads, what can you live without? How long can you live without it? We have to balance the budget. Raising the millage rate is not an option. So we're working in a constrained environment, and our department heads, and I take my hat off to them, and division heads, because what they're doing is they're making the tough decisions, and they're saying to us, you know, we really need this position, and we can't go forever without having it, but I can get along next year without it. So I wanted to make that perfectly clear. And I cannot answer why 3 of you had adds and deletes and 3 of you didn't. I'm just thinking maybe 3 of you thought I brought forward an excellent budget. So, but you know, we'll see how that goes. Councilmember Tizer. I thought you had your hand up. I'm sorry. Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you. So it's definitely an important part of my process is both hearing and learning from staff as well as focusing on my role as being a representative of the residents and really looking at what are the resident priorities. And again, parks and maintaining our parks is absolutely a priority, which is why we need to fund the maintenance and we need to fund the maintenance roles for the trails as well. And my hope is the fact that it sounded like there was good consensus at the beginning of this discussion that some of these ads that total over $800,000 are going to be supported with 2021 funding, not 2022 funding. So basically that frees up where as we go through one by one with the ads and the deletes for that really transparent process, I think it really is creating an opportunity where I hope to see that this council will support some of the ads, knowing that there's a lot more deletes than there are ads now that we're moving off some of the ads. So again, I definitely look forward to discussing each item and having each vote for that fully transparent process, and again hoping for certain ads that we'll be able to gain support for.
Thank you. I would also like to add another wild card here. For those of you in the public that aren't following closely, the federal government is proposing to give us a little over $11 million. Our staff has received the requirements on that. I believe, have you received the first payment on that, Mr. Luckett?
Probably this week.
So it is a real amount of money, and from what staff was telling me at this point in time, maintenance capital would be permitted to be funded through this $11 million. So I would like to say that I think that we've got some opportunities for funding. I think we've got some opportunities to make headway in many of the maintenance capital and capital requests that we have. I would love to see us not only get caught up, but get a little bit ahead of the game with this funding. We spent a lot of money during COVID, and this is a perfect opportunity for us to make up for that and to get ourselves moving forward after the reduced revenues, et cetera. So having said that, yes, Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. So Yeah, I mean, it's great that we're going to be receiving federal money for maintenance and one-time capital. But what we're proposing here, and we have much need for this money, many, many needs, so probably won't be even enough. So what we're proposing here is to fund ongoing of basic necessities in terms of maintenance and one-time capital projects on existing infrastructure. Ongoing of basic necessities. So whatever comes from the federal government, fantastic, welcome, and much needed. It's not that we are going to get it back or we won't need it. So, but what we're proposing right here tonight on this vote, on this budget, on the second reading, is to fund ongoing of basic necessities, like, for example, the maintenance of the park.
Thank you. Additional comments from council? Councilmember Palermo?
I certainly agree with Councilman Zapata. I think it is crucial that we're using our annual budget to be investing in maintenance of our city, and do feel that money that we're going to get from the federal government should be capital improvements and not instead just subsidizing a budget that doesn't invest in the maintenance necessary. And again, a budget, it's all about priorities. And so again, the fact that we have one priority here for about $310,000 to actually maintain our parks, and separately, we've got a delete around formal recodification of the Unified Development Code, $290,000. So off only by about $20,000. So it's the same amount of expense. And just the difference is, should our priority be creating a whole new zoning code, which then is going to have a lot more costs, a lot more work when we've been working together on updating the code that we have? Or should we actually maintain our parks, which residents will actually be able to see the fruit of that investment? So again, it's really just prioritization, and it's great that we're getting that federal money for capital improvements and to have as really gravy on top of a sustainable budget.
Councilmember Zapata?
Thank you, Mayor. One more thing. Now we're talking about this 2001, which is the one that is about to end in a few weeks, surplus. Now was brought up in this meeting on the second reading. I don't recall hearing this conversation on the first reading. So we're talking about surplus of 2021 money from the budget. So can we disclose this now? How much money is going to be the surplus that we can reallocate on the 2022 budget? Or is something that we talk about in the future about it? Because again, I understand, I don't know if I'm correct or not, but I haven't heard this on the first reading, that there would be money from 2021 budget surplus moving forward to 2022, like was brought up today during the second reading.
So at the last committee meeting, we presented the end-of-year budget amendment, and we were proposing to recognize some additional revenues that came in over and above our current budget. We have additional sales tax money beyond what we anticipated for this year, as well as some other insurance settlement proceeds, and some other expenditure recommendations just for some basic housekeeping items in the budget. Once we take into account those recommended expenditure increases, we had about $1.7 million remaining on the revenue side. And if we take a look at our expenditure side, and this is a rough estimate, because obviously we'd prefer to wait till our end of year occurs and our audit's complete, but typically speaking, you know, when you add in both revenues and expenditures, we might have around $3 million remaining from the current fiscal year. But I would just also point out that in the past, typically those funds are what's used at mid-year, and they also go to help fund one-time capital in the next budget year too. So whatever we utilize today is going to, you know, decrease that on those other funding opportunities.
Okay, thank you. So it's not in a stone right now that we can tonight allocate this money to any of these projects? It's something we have to wait until the end of the fiscal year and...
we could add those as part of the end of year budget amendment. I think our staff looked at anticipated revenues and expenditures, and I think conservatively we can anticipate about $3 million in savings or surplus from FY 2021. We'd be comfortable with that.
Councilmember Wilsey.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And I do have one other comment I just want to bring up related to the budget. I'm a very strong supporter of our partner organizations and the work that they do in economic development, tourism, the arts, the Historical Society, and the beautification project. I know that Mayor Henry has asked each of the organizations to go through an MOU review process. I know that those funds are contingent on having the MOU reviewed, and each one of them had some additional projects that they were asking for funding for. So I'm also very hopeful that those projects and initiatives can be considered later on in the year and going through the committee process so that we can hear more about each initiatives and look at them individually. So I just wanted to make that point as we move through this process.
Thank you, Councilmember Wilsey. I will entertain motions if you're ready, Councilmember Wilsey. Do you want to go line by line?
Yes, Mayor.
Mine's working.
Okay. Item number 1, add one full-time Office of Innovation position at 100% funding in the amount of $167,106. I would prefer waiting until the strategic plan is adopted and the city administrator is in place for this position. So motion to deny item number 1 at this time.
We've got a motion to deny item number 1. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Judy. Clarifying question?
Comment.
I thought you made your comments, but
So, again, just the one thing to really point out, though, is if this gets denied, it means there's no funding the entire year, and it means we go another year without getting this. So I would request that instead of denying it, just do it at 50% funding, in which case that gives time for a strategic plan being adopted and a city administrator potentially being hired.
Councilmember Tizer?
I'm confused by that comment. My understanding over the last 3 years is we can make a budget amendment at any time during the year.
Councilmember Palermo?
We absolutely can make a budget amendment anytime throughout the year. The issue is whether or not we have the funds available. Tonight is the chance to really prioritize funding for this important initiative.
We've got a motion and a second. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it's Tizer, Wilsey, Judy. All those opposed? It's Zapata, Hall, and Palermo. All vote in favor of the motion. It carries. Councilmember Wilsey.
Item number 2, still. Item number 2, add one full-time grant specialist at 75% funding in the amount of $33,313. My understanding is that we are moving this to be outsourced and paid for through the 2021 budget. So motion to deny at this item.
We've got a motion to deny. Do I have a second?
We defer it to the...
Second by Councilmember Judy. All those in favor? You had a clarifying question?
Well, yes, because I agree, I want it in the 2021 budget. I don't want to deny it. I'd rather just have the motion be, we'll defer this to the 2021 budget tonight.
We can phrase it that way if you would like. We could do that on all of the ones I suggested. I don't have a problem with that.
Sure. That's fine. I will rescind the motion to a motion to table,
Defer,
defer the motion, defer the item,
okay, to fund in the 2021
to fund in the
year-end budget.
2021 year-end budget.
Thank you. Second by Councilmember Judy. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it is Hall, Tizer, Wilsey, Palermo, and Judy. All those opposed? Councilmember Zapata, the motion carries.
Okay. Item number 3, special events funding in the amount of $14,100. My understanding after looking into this is that that money for this is in, that there is money in the budget. So at this time, I would make a motion to deny the additional $14,100 for special events funding.
We've got a motion by Councilmember Wilsey. Do I have a second? A second by Councilmember Judy. Councilmember Palermo.
So I guess help me understand, in the budget packet, there was a request from staff for $40,000 for events funding, and it was my understanding 100% of the requested amount was unfunded. So therefore, it was my understanding there's no money in the next year budget, in which case this is an opportunity to give a smaller amount of money towards having some type of outdoor event. So help me find.
I confirmed with staff that that is a part of Chris Ward's base budget. Mr. Fisher? Is that the case? For Roswell Moves?
Yes, Roswell Moves is already in the base budget, so if that's what this is going to, that's something different than what was requested of the 40,000.
Okay, thank you. Oh, and so the 40,000 was on top of Roswell Moves.
Okay, so we had a motion and, did we have a motion in a second?
Yes.
Oh, I'm going to be confused. Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hands. And it is Hall, Tizer, Wilsey, Palermo, and Judy. All those opposed? Councilmember Zapata, the motion carries.
Item number 4, add 1 full-time budget analyst position at 75% funding in the amount of $64,600. My motion at this time is to deny.
Motion by Councilmember Wilsey to deny. Do I have a second? Second by Councilmember Judy. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And that is Tizer, Wilsey, and Judy. All those opposed? Zapata, Hall, and Palermo. I will vote for the motion, so the motion carries.
Item number 5, add 3 full-time station captain positions at 50% funding. There again is something that I personally would like to see the new fire chief and the fire organization take a look and bring those recommendations forward. So at this time, motion to deny item number 5.
We've got a motion to deny by Councilmember Wilsey. We've got a second by Councilmember Judy. All those in favor, please raise their hands, and that's Tizer, Wilsey, and Judy. All those opposed, and that is Zapata, Hall, and Palermo. I'll vote to support the motion. The motion carries.
Okay. Item number 6, add funding for crowd control protective equipment in the amount of $63,320. My understanding is that this we can fund through the confiscated assets fund. So would you prefer that be to deny or to defer?
Well, it would
Do
be
we need to
denied
approve this? So
through this
deny
budget,
here?
but
Okay, all right.
if they have the funding through
So,
confiscated
but it
assets.
is funded already, so I just want to
Yes.
let the public know that we're not denying this very important equipment. So motion to deny item number 6.
Councilmember Palermo.
So clarifying question, I actually thought this was not from the confiscated funds, and this would be a deferral to the 2021 budget, or am I wrong on where that money would come from?
So this is where we have found available funding, current year savings in the general fund police budget to fund this request.
Okay.
We've got a motion. Do I have a second? Second by Councilmember Judy. All those in favor, please raise your hands. It's Judy, Palermo, Wilsey, Tizer, and Hall. All those opposed? Councilmember Zapata. The motion carries.
Item number 7, increase funding for holiday lighting and tree replacement for the historic Roswell Town Square in the amount of $23,000. My understanding is that there is already funds in the budget for holiday lighting at the Roswell Town Square, so this would be additional funds. So my motion at this time is to deny item number 7.
We've got a motion to deny. Do I have a second? Second by Councilmember Judy. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And that is Tizer, Wilsey, and Judy. All those opposed? Palermo, Hall, and Zapata. I'll vote with the motion, so the motion carries.
Item number 8, add 2 natural resource and trails maintenance crew worker positions at 100% funding in the amount of $112,430. My motion at this time is to deny.
Motion to deny by Councilmember Wilsey, second by Councilmember Judy. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it's Tizer, Judy, and Wilsey. All those opposed would be Zapata, Hall, and Palermo. I'll vote for the motion. The motion carries.
Item number 9, add 2 natural resource and trails maintenance crew worker positions at 92.8% funding in the amount of $104,387. My motion here is also to deny at this time.
Motion to deny by Councilmember Wilsey, second by Councilmember Judy. Yes, Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you. Obviously, I was supporting it 100% because it's really important our trails are maintained. The increased activity is very, very large and impactful. And again, so many Roswell residents and visitors are using our parks. They're loving our parks. We have to take care of it. So although I preferred 100%, I think 92.8% funding is a reasonable compromise, and I'm hoping others will join in that compromise to really take care of our trails.
Thank you, Councilmember Palermo. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it's Tizer, Wilsey, and Judy. All those opposed? Zapata, Hall, and Palermo. I will vote in favor of the motion. The motion carries.
Item number 10, add 1 natural resource and trails maintenance crew supervisor at 100% funding, including F-550 and work utility vehicle in the amount of $96,197. Again, one thing I wanted to point out is that some of the federal funding that's coming in is something that we might be used to direct towards parks maintenance, especially due to increased use during the pandemic period and people wanting to be outside more. So at this point for this item, I would make a motion to deny.
Motion to deny by Councilmember Wilsey, second by Councilmember Judy. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it is Tizer, Judy, and Wilsey. All those opposed would be Zapata, Hall, and Palermo. I will vote in favor of the motion. The motion carries.
Item number 11, add funding for the Roswell Arts Fund in the amount of $7,000. Again, this is something that I hope that we can take a look at again later on in the year once the MOU is signed. So at this point, and I also am not sure where the funds would be coming from. So at this point, based on the add deletes here. So at this point, I would make a motion to deny.
We've got a motion to deny by Councilmember Wilsey, a second by Councilmember Judy. Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you. So actually, I was going to ask if we could increase this to $10,000, but if there's not support for the $7,000, I don't think we'll go up to 10. But ultimately, I think they've done a great job of doing some placemaking around City Hall with the pictures, and I think it is really important that we're showing our support. Yes, we always have in the future the opportunity, anytime and in the mid-year, et cetera, to, if there's money available, to do a budget amendment, but I think it is important we show the Arts Fund support. This is a very small money, but it would be, with them getting so little money and speaking to the executive director, it still would be very much valued. And to the question of not sure where it would come from, I'd support any any delete on here, coming up with that $10,000. This is certainly not a priority compared to park maintenance, which I'm disappointed we're not able to do, and I think that should be in our annual budget. That should not be with one-time money from the Fed. But again, the Roswell Arts Fund, I definitely would like to see us finding opportunities to partner together, and this would be a small amount going a long way.
Thank you, Councilmember Palermo, and I would like to add that we have funded the Roswell Arts Fund to the tune of $50,000, which is not chump change. So that provides them the ability to move forward with their full-time staff member, and I look forward to what they can do in the future. Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to clarify here to the question, I'm not sure where the funds will come from. I heard clearly during the presentation of staff that they said that we're going to talk later about item 18 is $7,000 removal National League of Cities membership dues. So I heard this during the presentation, so it was clear for me where the money was coming from. Just want to clarify.
Thank you. We'll get to that item in a few minutes. So, excuse me, we've got a motion and a second. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And that's Tizer, Wilsey, and Judy. All those opposed, Zapata, Hall, and Palermo. I'll vote with the motion. The motion carries.
Okay, moving on to proposed deletes. Item number 12, employee salary increase, average of 3%, starting January 1st, 2022, and that is a proposed delete. Motion to deny.
There's a motion to deny the proposed delete. Do I have a second? Second by Councilmember Judy. All those in favor, please raise your hands, and that's Tizer, Wilsey, and Judy. All those opposed, which is Zapata, Hall, Palermo. I'll vote with the motion. The motion carries.
Item number 13, new leased vehicle for the engineering division unless zero-based budget for all cars is performed in the amount of $8,089. Motion to deny the proposed delete.
Motion to deny the delete by Councilmember Wilsey, second by Councilmember Judy. Councilmember Palermo.
And I just want to clarify my position here. I'll be voting against the denial. My statement is around the fact that if there's a public discussion that shows the exact need for the city's many cars and trucks that we own, and then it's determined that this one is needed as well, then I would support this expense. But without that, I'd find it hard to believe that any council member would be able to be completely confident that we're efficiently using all of the city's large fleets the way that we should be. So for that reason, I'll be not supporting this. And again, I do hope automobiles are a part of a zero-based budget that I really hope we adopt in the future.
We've got a motion and a second. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And that's Judy, Wilsey, and Tizer. All those opposed, Zapata, Hall, Palermo. I'll vote with the motion. The motion carries.
Item number 14, proposed delete is to reduce the city administrator expense in the amount of $108,833. My motion is to deny. My understanding is that the charter requires that we have a city administrator, and that's something that we should go out for a executive search for as soon as possible. So motion to deny item number 14.
We've got a motion to deny by Councilmember Wilsey, a second by Councilmember Judy, and I would like to add that we are in the process of a national search right now. Okay. So Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Henry. And for this one, what this represents is first off, we have an interim city administrator, which makes us compliant with the charter. But the important reason around this is in going to the Georgia Municipal Association conference and meeting with different people over the years, learned that people that work for a city or government agencies, especially in the most senior roles, that they're going to really want to make sure there's stability and understanding exactly who their bosses are going to be. And so to do it right before an election, what you do is you don't get as many candidates or the same top-notch candidates that are potentially risk averse, that have a good thing going, et cetera. They're not going to want to apply and change jobs when there's the uncertainty of who are they going to work for. So that's where I think logically, to make sure we get the best possible candidate, it makes sense to wait until January. But then also the fact that $108,000 could be going towards maintaining our parks and many other important things that Roswell residents truly urgently need.
Thank you, Councilmember Palermo. I would like to counter that argument with, from what you're telling me, the city would only function 2 out of 4 years because we would be in an election year every other year. We have hired a city administrator in the past during the change of the guard. There is absolutely no reason for us to stop doing city business because someone expects a certain outcome from an election. We need to move forward with this. It's important for our staff to have this person. It is also important as far as us recruiting employees that we are actively looking for a new city administrator that can help us to lead the city into the future. I am absolutely opposed to the city only functioning 2 out of every 4 years. That's wrong, it's misguided, it's ill-informed. So we need to work through this and keep this on track. Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. So I guess I couldn't follow much your logic of function every 4 years because this is making, if we think logically, this make an assumption of losing the city administrator every 4 years right before election. And this doesn't happen. So I don't follow much the logic of the argument of this could happen or happen every 4 year election, and I don't get it. So I'm confused, and I don't think that is a valid argument.
Councilmember Zapata, I'm sorry that you're confused, but if we can't make major decisions when we are approaching an election year, and we've got 3 council members and a judge up on the opposite cycle, 3 council members and the mayor on the other cycle. So what this tells me is that we cannot make any kind of a major decision when we're in an election year, which leads us to we can only function 2 out of every 4 years. We've got a motion and a second. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it is Tizer, Wilsey, and Judy. All those opposed? Zapata, Hall, and Palermo. I'll vote in favor of the motion. The motion carries.
Item number 15, reduce travel expenses excluding public safety in the amount of $80,000. This item, as I understand it, would reduce the amount of travel budget available for staff by about 50%. And I've heard from a number of directors and employees that as we're emerging from the pandemic, that the travel and the education are just a tremendous opportunity for them to get out, continue their professional development, and continue accreditations. We just heard from the Public Works, from the Transportation Department. So things like that are very important to the city and to our citizens, that our professionals continue their ongoing education. So for that reason, I'd like to make a motion at this time to deny item number 15.
Motion to deny by Councilmember Wilsey, second by Councilmember Judy. Yes, Councilmember Palermo.
And so in my field in business in the corporate world, there's important accreditations, there's important education, and a good amount of travel. And the post-COVID world is showing different opportunities, that there really are a lot more virtual training. Even a lot of the ones that have always been traveling in person, we're seeing really virtual choices. And I think it's very reasonable that when we're not even fully investing in maintaining the parks and different aspects like that we just really ask that more of the education be done virtually, and we reassess in a year. So I will be supporting these cuts, both for travel and education. That is not saying I do not want staff getting educated, and even still, it still allows some travel budget, but it's the fact that we sharpen our pencils and we find opportunities to save money when we're in tough years and have low maintenance occurring.
Thank you, Councilmember Palermo, and you were implying that we did not sharpen our pencils when I presented this budget, so I would like to clarify that going forward. Pencils have been sharpened, erasers have been used, budget has been cut. So we've got a, do we have a motion?
Yes, motion to deny.
And a second by Councilmember Judy. Yes, Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. So digging into the budget line by line, this is another line, what I think we found that have been growing exponentially the last 3-4 years without much explanation. So if you look the history of the last 8 years back, you will see a big jump the last probably 3 years. So I think that, even at reducing 80,000, the balance still more than enough to accomplish the travel, which is going to be reduced moving forward. Everybody tell you all the, even, travel agencies and others, forecast less business travel, which is not good for airlines, but it's less travel and it's more online education opportunities.
And yes, Councilmember Judy.
So using some of the logic I heard earlier, if there are more opportunities and staff's able to do that, there will be budget money left over that we can use elsewhere. So I cannot support not having the money there for our employees to grow their education, get accreditations, all which help the funding and opportunities here for the citizens of Roswell. So on these two items, I will not support them.
Thank you, Councilmember Judy. We have a motion and a second. Thank you. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it's Tizer, Wilsey, and Judy. All those opposed would be Zapata, Hall, and Palermo. I'll vote with the motion. The motion carries.
Item number 16, reduce education expenses, excluding public safety, in the amount of $113,000. Just to add on to that, I had the fortune to be traveling this weekend, and there are a number of conventions and professional organizations that are beginning to reconvene in person, and I'm sure that all of you just know that how much networking and learning comes from being one-on-one, even among us. I know we're all excited to be back in City Hall. Again, I encourage, and I just also want to point out that this item has been, cut. It's a very lean budget as it is. So motion to deny item number 16.
Motion to deny by Councilmember Wilsey. Do I have a second? Second by Councilmember Judy. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it's Tizer, Judy, and Wilsey. All those opposed? Zapata, Hall, and Palermo. I will vote with the motion. The motion carries.
Okay. Item number 17, delete supplies in the amount of $35,000. I think that we had some information on what those supplies would be, and I cannot support that deletion. So motion to deny item number 17.
Motion to deny by Councilmember Wilsey, second by Councilmember Judy. Councilmember Zapata.
Just to clarify, I understood from Councilmember Wilsey, she didn't read reduce supplies. I think you say something different than reduce. So I want to clarify that the motion to deny is reduce supplies. Yeah, delete, not delete.
Okay,
Reduce,
yes.
not delete. So I want to clarify this for the motion.
Okay, yes, my motion is to deny the proposed delete of reducing supplies in the amount of $35,000.
Reduction.
A reduction in supplies.
We've got a motion. Do I have a second? Second by Councilmember Judy. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it's Tizer, Wilsey, and Judy. All those opposed? Zapata, Hall, and Palermo. I'll vote with the motion. The motion carries.
Item number 18, remove National League of Cities membership dues in the amount of $7,000. motion to deny the proposed delete.
Motion to deny the delete by Councilmember Wilsey, second by Councilmember Judy. Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you. So the city of Roswell for many years has been a member of Georgia Municipal Association, and I found the information really valuable because really a lot of what we do is based on Georgia laws. So I've learned a lot about really rules around stream buffers, around zonings, around economic development, really learning a lot of details that I find very relevant within Roswell and within the state of Georgia. Whereas in National League of, and so with that, of course, the annual educational conference, et cetera, is always within Georgia. And then whereas in National League of Cities, it's something where it's just, there's so many cities across the country that I really question the value. I know we've only had it for a few years, so it's not something we've had for a long time. But again, just knowing that we're in a tight budget where we're not really maintaining and having capital investment, et cetera, even though this is a small amount, it's just something I don't see as residents getting bang for their buck with this.
Thank you, Councilmember Palermo. And I hate to put Mr. Luckett on the hot seat here, but I had a conversation with him, and our staff members have benefited greatly from this membership, especially during the recent months where the stimulus money has been in play. They've had numerous webinars on it that our staff has really taken advantage of. Do I characterize that correctly? Thank you. So there is benefit, ongoing benefit to staff. Yes, Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you for bringing that up, and really glad to hear that there's been beneficial webinars. And in fact, it gives me even more confidence that if we're going to spend this $7,000, there's opportunities to reduce travel expense and education expense, knowing, again, webinars are going to become more and more of the new norm.
I'd also like to point out, it just came out today, just released, additional guidance on the American Rescue Plan Act from National League of Cities. So there is additional information coming forward that I think our staff can benefit from. Do we have a motion?
Yes, motion to deny the delete.
Motion by Councilmember Wilsey, seconded by Councilmember Judy. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it's Tizer, Wilsey, and Judy. All those opposed, Zapata, Hall, and Palermo. I'll vote with the motion. The motion carries.
Item number 19, Tactical Vest and Helmet Replacement Program in the amount of $30,000. I believe funds may be, or they are available for this item in the 2021 budget, so I'd like to defer item number 19.
The motion is to defer. Yes, Councilmember Judy, is that a second? Councilmember Palermo.
And I just want clarification, because again, that's great if this can be funded. I think it is really important. So this is something that we'd be deferring to the 2021 budget, and it's something where there's funding available.
So there's $10,000 in the proposed budget for this purpose now, but we have not gotten any direction to look for funding for this in the current year budget. So, and we can ask the police department, the chief, if that's something that we need to do, but our understanding was that that wasn't needed at this time.
Thank you. Yes, Councilmember Palermo.
So in my conversation with the chief is where I learned with this, the reason this was being a second big priority behind the crowd control was just basically, I believe this deals with our SWAT team, and I guess we could have the chief walk through it. But to me, again, I'm very risk averse. I want to make sure that we're really taking care of public safety and increasing a safe environment, and that's where if it's something that's needed, I want to make sure that we're funding it, whether it comes from 2022 budget or 2021 budget.
Do we have, we've got a motion to defer.
motion to
Did you
defer.
second that? It's all a blur.
So deferring to the 2021 budget tonight?
Yes.
Yes, or some other discussion. Yes.
All those in favor, please raise your hands. And that is Hall, Tizer, Wilsey, Palermo, and Judy. All those opposed? Councilmember Zapata, the motion carries.
Item number 20, Recreation and Parks Maintenance Program in the amount of $310,000. Question that I would have, if this is possibly something that we can look at funding through other sources. So if that is possible, I'd like to make a motion to defer this item.
Yes, so if, with the stimulus money, the portion that's allowed for the revenue loss can be utilized for things like maintenance and one-time capital projects.
Great. Okay, motion to defer.
Motion to defer by Councilmember Wilsey, second by Councilmember Judy. Councilmember Palermo.
So again, as we look for really a tax dollar philosophy, is we have our annual budget. That's what we know we have, and maintenance is a must. This $310,000 is crucial, and it's not just crucial this year. It's not just crucial next year. We have to be setting up budgets that are funding maintenance for our parks every single year. And even if we're legally allowed to use future federal stimulus money towards this purpose, I don't think it's responsible. I think what's responsible is using that money for the many capital improvements that we need, and we make sure that we have a financially sustainable budget each year that includes maintenance. And again, this is a problem I know we're not going to solve tonight. It's something that's going to take a lot more work. But again, I would really hope that we can fund this in the budget, and I will certainly oppose this being moved to just hoping for the federal funds that we should be using for bigger picture things.
We've got a motion to defer this amount, and we have a second. Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is again back to my point of proposing to fund ongoing of basic necessities in terms of maintenance and one-time capital projects on existing infrastructure. Here they are proposing to just come with a one-in-a-lifetime, maybe federal stimulus money. I guess we're going to stretch it so much that I don't know we can do everything that we need to do with this money, because it seems like they want to do everything with the federal stimulus money. So again, doesn't look like it's ongoing of basic necessities to fund them. Just waiting, and hopefully the federal stimulus will rain into Roswell, and then we can do a lot of things apparently with this money instead of looking to better utilize the proposed budget tonight on the second reading.
Thank you. We've got a motion and a second. All those in favor, please raise your hands. It's Judy, Wilsey, and Tizer. All those opposed, it's Palermo, Hall, and Zapata. I'll vote with the motion. The motion carries.
Item number 21, athletic field improvements, light pole replacement. I would like to propose that we also defer this item. I'd like to get more information from Director Leatherman, and then also possibly look at other funding sources for this item as well.
A motion to defer this item by Councilmember Wilsey, a second by Councilmember Judy. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it's Wilsey, Judy, and Tizer. All those opposed, Palermo, Zapata, and Hall. I'll vote in favor of the motion. The motion carries.
Item number 22, this is a one-time capital addition, a 3D scanner for investigations in the amount of $70,000. Again, this is another item that I would like to get more information from Chief Conroy and potentially look for other funding sources this year. Motion to defer.
A motion to defer by Councilmember Wilsey, second by Councilmember Judy. Councilmember Palermo.
For the items we were deferring till tonight and deferring to the 2021 budget, I think it was certainly sincere and there was support, and we're going to fund those things. Anything that's quote unquote being deferred to just hoping that there's money sometime in the future is really just denying this and showing it's not a priority. So with the 3D scanner for investigations, basically if God forbid there's a murder in Roswell, which unfortunately does happen, and even just happened recently, and really kudos and thank you to our police department who was able to find the suspect. But from that standpoint, as well as for bad accidents, whenever those things happen, if we need a 3D scanner, we have to go to, I believe, Cherokee County, and just hope that it's available, hope that we get to use it, and then find some way to really repay the favor. And we're a big city. We're a city that's now being proposed for a $150 million budget. And if God forbid something bad happens, we shouldn't have to be relying on another county. And so again, that's why I'm certainly hoping that, not just hoping we have the money in the future, but just that we prioritize this and put it in the budget tonight.
Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, I guess we just read each other's minds with Councilmember Palermo, because my question was, what is the difference tonight between defer and deny? All these have been requested, all of these have been unfunded. So I don't know the reason between why to defer and not to deny tonight, and then department will bring it forward anyway. They will bring it forward anyway, and then we can vote if there is money there. So I don't know the difference between defer and deny tonight. Seems like there's some more sensitive items that instead of deny tonight, just said defer, and God help us to find the money. So yeah, we read each other's mind, because I'm confused about some defer, some deny, but at the end of the day, they're all denied.
And Councilmember Zapata, I can't speak for council members. However, the things that I suggested deferring, I know that we can fund those through 2021 end of the year adjustments. And so I'm not sure what Councilmember Wilsey is thinking about on these last four items. We have 19, 20, 21, and 22. Would you?
Yes, my thought is that there is potentially some funding available through the relief funds, and would like to look closer at the additional funds from the FY21 budget. So I think there's a potential to fund them through other sources, not by taking away from employee salaries so and operating expenses.
Councilmember Tizer.
Thank you. Try and answer Councilmember Zapata's question. In my view, the ones that we're saying defer and let's look at 21 is prioritizing them, because we're carving out money that we have today to handle these items right away. And so the commitment that I think you're hearing on the defer ones is those come to the top of our list for the end of 2021.
Councilmember Palermo.
So I agree with Councilman Tizer on the items that are being deferred till tonight, because tonight we're going to handle and discuss our 2021 budget. My concern is the more recent ones, including this one, where I feel it totally makes sense that, hey, we're gonna vote on this before we go home tonight. It's going to be in the 2021 budget, versus hopefully someday in the future it might be a priority, but we don't even know, because we're going to have to look at all other priorities. And so that's where I think ultimately, unless it's being deferred till tonight and we're committing to the 2021 budget, then it is denying the add or denying the delete, et cetera.
Chief Conroy, if you wouldn't mind coming forward to discuss this item, and then after he does come forward and speak, I'm going to call for a 10-minute recess. I think all of us might need one.
Yes, good evening. This is an item that we included in our budget. When we submit budgets, we also prioritize our items, and we understand that there's governing decisions that must be made. This was the third of those items, correct? And I think 1 and 2 have been funded this evening.
Thank you, Chief.
And did you have questions about the actual item itself? I think Councilmember
I don't think
Palermo
anyone has
explained it
questions. It was
correctly.
just a matter of,
You can describe that a little bit for us.
oh, could you describe it a little bit?
So this is a device that takes crime scenes and traffic accident scenes and renders them into a 3D model. So we can place it in this room and it would render this room in a 3D model to scale that would be usable in prosecution.
Thank you. Yes,
Yes, I have
Councilmember
a
Wilson.
question. Yes, thank you, Chief Conroy. Is there potentially funds available in your budget that you might see, or grants or funds in confiscated assets that might be able, that could possibly be directed to this in the next few months?
We can work with finance. We've been working with them to identify funding for the other sources.
Right,
as
right.
well.
Okay, thank you.
We can continue to look.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Did we have a motion on this one?
Yes, the motion was to defer, and I believe that it was
second by
seconded by
Councilmember
Councilmember Judy.
All those in favor, please raise your hands, and it's Tizer, Wilsey, and Judy. All those opposed is Zapata, Hall, and Palermo. I'll vote with the motion carries. I apologize for not being able to get through these last items and have a final motion, but we need to take a recess. during the break from Chief Conroy. Chief Conroy has stated, and he and Mr. Luckett, that item number 19, the tactical vest and helmet replacement program, he's got the money he needs for that. It's not an issue. So thank you, Chief Conroy, and thank you, Mr. Luckett. So I will go back to you, Councilmember Wilsey. I believe we're on number 23.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Item number 3, add 1 natural resource and trails maintenance crew supervisor at 100% funding, including F-550 and work utility vehicle, operating and one-time capital in the amount of $87,000. Question that I have here is why this operating expense and what portion is being funded through capital and what's through operating. It doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to me, so I just love a little bit more explanation from those who added it.
So this is accompanies the previous personnel addition.
Right.
This is the capital portion of that. So this is for the F-550 and the work utility vehicle.
Okay.
So it's just the capital portion of that overall request.
All right. Wouldn't we typically lease that so that it would be an operating expense, or would this be
Not something
capital in this case?
For the larger vehicles like this, we don't lease those types of vehicles.
Okay. My motion is to deny this addition at this time.
Motion to deny by Councilmember Wilsey, second by Councilmember Judy. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it's Judy, Wilsey, pardon? Oh, and Tizer. All those opposed would be Palermo, Zapata, and Hall. I'll vote with the motion. The motion carries.
Item number 24, a one-time debt service fund excess transfer in the amount of $800,000. My motion is to deny this proposed addition.
We've got a motion to deny. Councilmember Tizer.
I'll wait till it's seconded, then I make comment.
Second by Councilmember Judy. Councilmember Tizer, you had your hand up.
Thank you. I'm very happy to have seen this come up. And first, let me state that I'm supportive of 25 and 26, which is what this was intended to cover. Let me just take a second and explain what this item is. So, as you heard earlier, our property tax is made up of 2 parts. So the total is 4.995 mils. There's a 0.25 mil additional line item for debt servicing. And based on the values of property in the city of Roswell, we have been able to collect about $800,000 more for debt service than we need. Now, there's 3 things that we can do with this overage. The first thing we can do is nothing, and we can leave it there until debt service happens that we need to use it for, and not have to raise the millage rate in a future year. The second thing we could do is we could take it and we could spend it. But we've made a promise to our taxpayers that 0.25 would go to debt service. And since we don't need that, I asked Director Luckett if we did a one-time reduction in our debt service piece of the millage rate, which would be 0.15 of the 0.25, how much would that be? And the response is $800,000. And so when we get to the millage, and I'd ask my colleagues to think about this, when we get to our millage meeting, I'd like to think about giving the citizens of Roswell a 1-year reprieve of 0.15 on our debt service millage and give them back the $800,000 that we won't need to cover debt service. And again, this is an item that's uniquely spelled out for what it's supposed to be used for, and that's why I'd like us to think about it. I'm not going to make that proposal tonight because it's not the appropriate time, but think through that for us. Thanks.
Well, and I would like to say that I'm a firm believer that when we go out for a referendum on a bond, that we live by those promises we have made to the citizens. And I consider this a backdoor tax increase by shifting it over into operations. So I would support either leaving it there to support a future bond, which I think we will be looking at in the very near future, or I would also support giving it back to the citizens that voted for those bonds. Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you. So for me, I've often advocated, including in great detail the last few years, that basically I want one of two things to happen. I want either tax dollars to go towards things that are clearly and directly benefiting Roswell taxpayers, or I want to just give that tax money back to the taxpayers. So I was ready to support this one tonight because, again, it was gonna actually be done for capital improvements as suggested with the median islands on Holcomb Bridge Road, which came out of the East Roswell Economic Development Committee, as well as really just to fill in some more sidewalk gaps and create more pedestrian activity and safety. So, and the reason my thought process was there is because, again, that's something that's clearly a capital improvement benefiting taxpayers. But and based on previous discussions, I did not think that there would be support based on some previous years that regarding giving it back to the taxpayers. Now that I'm hearing, it sounds like there could be support for this year. I am going to vote against this this delete and really hoping that there will be support to return it, because I think it is beneficial. It is great that we ended up getting an excess in that fund, and now I think is a good opportunity to return it.
Councilmember Judy.
Thank you, Mayor. Having discussed this beforehand and looking at the options, I am in 100% support of denying this evening and looking at that when we go to the millage rate for the 1 year tax give back to the citizens on the debt service. So appreciate that and my deny stance.
Yes, Councilmember Hall.
Thank you. This question is for Mr. Luckett. Can you explain, just when we had the initial discussion that these some excess funds sometimes are used for one-time capital, how is that, has that been done in the past, or does this just prepay the debt sooner? Can you just walk me through that a little bit?
There have been times in the past where a portion of the debt service millage rate has been shifted to operating to fund operating expenses going forward. I'm not familiar with a one-time transfer, but it's something that's definitely can be done, and that was one of the discussions that we had as an option, was a one-time transfer to fund some capital. But in the past, when we've done this, it's been more for a permanent shift to fund operating expenses going forward.
Just as a follow-up, so this 0.25 goes towards a bond referendum, and that bond referendum was for capital improvements. So effectively, we're just paying for more capital improvements.
So with the proposal that's before us, the $800,000 would come over to operating to pay for one-time capital, is my understanding.
Well, and let me also reiterate that a bond is a referendum that the voters voted on specific things to spend the money on, just like T-Splost. So, and it was a previous administration that had done this several times. I fortunately wasn't on council then, where the millage rate stayed the same, but the one side got shifted into operating, so the operating side was increased, and that's why I call it a backdoor tax increase because the operating side increased, the debt side decreased. Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. So, we're looking for options to finance one-time capital, and for where we understand from Finance Department is possible, and it's a one-time capital investment. It's not expenditure. Every time that I talk about one-time capital, it's an investment, not an expense. So, we understand that could be used for an investment in infrastructure, and this is what we're proposing here, to use this for investment in infrastructure. So, not into the general fund or operating something, who knows where it's going. So we're talking about two specific concepts or ideas of how to invest this $800,000. So, again, if we don't have another way to fund these two important projects that I strongly support, then I will support to get the money from there. If the proposal is from 2021, another 2021, hopefully someone is doing the math, adding up all the 2021 uses, because we might go over the edge on that. So hopefully someone is keeping track of every promise from the 2021 surplus.
I would like to reiterate, a bond referendum, we do not go to the voters and say, we'd like you to invest in capital, just trust us on what we want to do with that. We ask them for specific projects, and these specific projects were not a part of the bond referendum. So for me, we've made a commitment to our voters, and we're keeping that commitment. And I think it's only appropriate that we reduce the millage rate so that they're giving a reprieve in this next year. Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you. For me, definitely my focus is making sure that the excess in the debt service fund is not going to go to operating costs, and the discussion is that it's not. And given the fact that these two capital improvements are being handled within 2021 budget, I will be supporting, I will be opposing this delete, I guess it is. And just a question for Mr. Luckett. Of course, this is something that we could always come back to in the sense of if there does not end up being majority support to roll back the millage rate for this one piece that one time, which again I really hope there is, and that's been certainly a goal of mine. We could always revisit this again and have a wider discussion on the history and how we want to handle it. Is that correct, or does a decision have to be made on this tonight?
No, it doesn't have to be made tonight. The
Okay.
key would be making that decision by the time you officially adopt the millage rate, which is sometime in August.
Okay, and then if in August, when the millage rate's being adopted, if it's not rolling it back, we could always then basically just bring forward a discussion that we want to look and better understand this $800,000 and how it could be invested.
As long as that happened before it
Right.
was officially
All
adopted.
right, perfect. Thank you for answering all my questions.
We've got a motion and a second, so all those in favor, please raise your hands. Councilmember Judy, Palermo, Wilsey, Tizer. All those opposed? Hall and Zapata. The motion carries.
Item number 25, Highway 140 Median Islands. I'm excited to see this here, and it's something that I'm looking forward to getting more public input on, and seeing it moved up from the T-SPLOST list to see some action taken. I think it'll be an incredible improvement to the East Roswell corridor, and again, look forward to seeing this moving forward. I would like to defer this item for further discussion out of the FY21 budget.
Councilmember Wilsey, I can't support that unless you stipulate that the deferral is to fund it through the 2021 year-end budget amendment.
Yes, the proposal is to fund it through the FY 2021 budget amendment.
Thank you.
Yes.
Councilmember Judy, is that a second? All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it's Judy, Palermo, Wilsey. Oh, it's unanimous.
Wow.
And hopefully this one will be as well. Item number 26.
The biggest one.
Sidewalk gaps from the list where a short piece is required to finish that don't rank high enough on the list for $100,000. Motion to defer and to fund through the FY21 budget, funds that are remaining.
Funding in the 2021.
2021
Yes.
budget, yes.
Second by Councilmember Judy. All those in favor, please raise your hands, and it passes unanimously.
Okay. Item number 27. Motion, the item is to delete the one-time capital expenditure for the formal recodification of the Unified Development Code in the amount of $290,000. I think that, personally, I think that this is a very important effort, especially to accompany the comprehensive plan that we're going to be looking at in the next few weeks, and also just to bring some consistency and to bring about some, unification, basically, to the code that's been discussed since 2014. So for that matter, for that motion, to deny the delete.
Second,
There's
can
a
I say
motion
something?
and a second by Councilmember Judy. Councilmember Palermo?
Thank you. So, and it is ironic, this is considered a one-time capital, when really, obviously, my focus is one-time capital that shows real benefits to residents and real investment in our community. So if you look at the details behind this, it says the plan is to create a whole new zoning code. And anytime a zoning code's being created, there's going to be loopholes, there's going to be issues, there's going to be risks, and that's something that this city has spent a lot of time the last few years closing loopholes, minimizing risks, and really protecting neighborhoods. And so to invest $300,000 on something that's going to just basically open that door and put our neighborhoods up for risk again is something that is highly concerning. So even if this was free, it'd be concerning. But something, if it's free, then let's walk through the exercise. But we're going to instead spend $300,000 to create a whole new zoning code when we're just going to have to be back at square one, consistently improving it, closing the loopholes, et cetera. And the whole reason why it's a $300,000 expense, the reason why it's $290,000 is because historically when we have made improvements to the zoning code, we've needed to spend about $10,000 to just make sure it's consistent within the zoning code. And so this delete would still allow money for that without going through the whole new bag of worms of creating a whole new zoning code again, which could potentially be removing some very important protections that have been added to our neighborhoods.
Councilmember Judy.
So I find it very ironic that the past 5 years, 6 years, 7 years maybe, we've heard the UDC is terrible, it's full of loopholes, it's a mess. It's the most divisive document in this city. And we now have money to actually put our money where our mouth is and actually look at the code with our new 2040 comp plan and decide whether we do want to redo the whole thing or whether we want to take it and make it better. What we have existing, and a third party that come in from outside, which is practice. I've talked to ComDev many times, practice after 5 years or so to come and look at the code, see what's working, see what's not, see where the loopholes are, see where they aren't. But I mean, I sat in a legal meeting this week where our code contradicted basically a situation that was happening and created a problem. So I know we'll never make it perfect, but we have a chance here to make it better, to answer those people who are out there saying this thing's terrible. We need to redo this to protect those people and those areas that need to be protected in the right way. And so I am all for looking at the UDC, which I see as the most divisive document in the city of Roswell, and with a group of folks with our 2040 comp plan and hopefully a willing council to say, hey, look, we want to make this better. And, you know, not everybody's going to like what it says, and not everybody's going to like either way. But, you know, if we can get this document the best it can be, it's all better for the city of Roswell and our growth and our vision moving forward with our 2040 comp plan and what the voters and residents of Roswell want. So denying this $300,000, I can't see, after what I've heard in the city of Roswell over the last 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, and then in our strategic plan meeting just the other day, what is the number one problem? Well, it all comes down to, some people think it all comes down to UDC. So let's fix it.
Well, first let me preface my request with a little history. When a previous council adopted the UDC, it actually brought me out of retirement, and I came into City Hall to argue against what was going on. I attended neighborhood meetings that council members were telling people that nothing would change in their neighborhoods with the UDC, and all of that was untrue. I am not a fan of the UDC. I never have been, probably never will be, unless we can make it a better document. Now, what I thought we were doing, and excuse me for not understanding, what I thought we were doing is we were looking at the UDC that we have in place, all of the changes that we've made, to make sure, not to change them again, to make sure that they all are clear throughout the document. And maybe Ms. Bromberg can come forward and tell me, because I've got to tell you, I can't be in favor of going out to adopt a new zoning ordinance. I am not in favor of that at all. I am in favor of correcting the ills that we have and looking at it comprehensively, so we make sure that everything matches depending on which section are you talking about. So could you clarify for me?
Absolutely. The intent of this request is to do an evaluation of the existing document to compare it to changes that have been made during the time it was being adopted initially in 2014, which included 117 changes during the first and second reading, and then the 70-plus text amendments that have happened over the past several years. Take that against the comp plan once it's adopted, as well as the strategic plan once it's adopted, and make sure that we have everything in the UDC that allows the things that this council approves to happen. It is not a whole new document. It is taking the existing one and making sure that it doesn't have those conflicts. And it includes a robust public outreach, because we certainly want to have the public involved as well, because they may actually see things as well that they don't think matches. So that is what the intent of it is. Not a brand new document. It's not starting from scratch. It's starting with what we have now and making sure that it's consistent throughout and meets the needs of what council approves in those other documents.
So is a great deal of this cost the public engagement?
Correct. And this is probably on the high end, depending on what we decide to scope for that. This would probably come down some, but this was based on looking at the level of effort done when the original document was put together, and averaging something that was closer to that level. It may not be what we want to put together in the scope, but we want to make sure you're covered, just because we've had a lot more public engagement. We've been adding to some of our projects over the past couple of years.
Okay, well, I would suggest, as we go through this process, that I want to be certain what we're voting for or against tonight, because I'll tell you, I cannot vote for developing a whole new UDC. I can't support it. It was the worst thing. It was difficult. It caused a lot of angst with people. There was a lot of misinformation, and I don't want to go down that road again, because I just need everybody to be clear on what we're adopting or approving or what we're not.
And the backup that was provided when we put this budget item together specifically states that.
Can I clarify?
Councilmember Judy.
Yeah, so that's my take on it as well. As we were looking at it, if we got to the end of the process and it was that broken, then yeah, hey, maybe we need a UDC. But we're going to take it with the 2040 comp plan, look at it, comprehensive, what I say many times, comprehensive review of the UDC with the 2040 comp plan, and the public input, and then, hey, if we got to the end of it and it was that big of a disaster, then I could support. But I agree with what you said and what Ms. Bromberg said.
And before I get to you, Councilmember Wilsey, do we have the backup documentation that somebody could read for us for the budget?
I don't know if it matches, this is the Word file that was copied and pasted into OpenGov. So, as you can see, it states, when it was originally approved, that we want to have the 24 comprehensive plan adopted by the end of October. This evaluation would address the changes that are recommended in that comprehensive plan, and then also the text amendments that have been made to date to make sure there's no conflicts that have been created. And then this just talks about the analysis and the recommendation and public involvement.
Thank you, Councilmember Wilson.
Yes, I just wanted to add one more thing. I think that we've learned a lot since 2014, so it's really been a process of evolution. So I would see this as being, an evolving document. This is kind of taking its evolution to the next step and refining it, going back for public engagement, but just making sure that it accurately reflects the vision of the citizens. So I think it's a very good investment.
Councilmember Palermo.
So in this document, right under the recommendation, it specifically says success would be the adoption of a new code. And I believe there was a Word document, Mr. Luckett, that I think you sent to me, but I'm having trouble finding, that I thought spelled that out even a little more of just a whole new code. And so I'm obviously hearing something that's better, but I'm really concerned that this is a very concerning topic because as mentioned, saying the UDC is the most divisive document in our city. I'd actually argue the average resident doesn't know anything about the UDC, but what they do know is how it's affected them with a number of different votes of the UDC paved the way for many more apartments. It paved the way for higher density within our neighborhoods. And the good news is we've changed that. So we've actually added protection since then, which was certainly not unanimous and definitely something that was not supported by all. So I'm really concerned that there's a $300,000 expense to do something to really look at how can some protections be reversed. Because again, if it's just to make sure different aspects are completely aligned and clearly online, we've done that in the past. In 2016, we had a lot that really protected high density from our neighborhoods, and then we had to pay around $10,000 or so to make sure it all flowed through. I know we added some more around apartments in the last year or so, last year or two. And if there's $10,000 needed to make sure that it all works and meshes together, then that's one thing. But to spend $300,000 when we're the ones that should be engaging the public and we should be the ones that are really helping set the vision for our city, I'm just really concerned with A, that expense, and B, the risk that comes with, quote unquote, the adoption of a new code.
And if I may just clarify, as a part of the template that we are asked to follow as staff, there are questions that are asked, and it is what is a success, and it's the adoption of the code. We mean new in the fact that it has been revised, so if that's just a word that is uncomfortable, that is not what the intent ever was. The intent has always been to take the existing code, evaluate it. We were just answering those questions, and it's just a word that is causing some angst as far as new is concerned. The references that you're making to the $10,000 in the past, in 2016, we had ARC take a look at a very specific element related to density, and that's what that $10,000 was used for, but it was not a holistic review of the entire code. And all the other expenses that have been spent since then is just in the actual codification exercise of converting it into the proper format for it to be in the Muni Code format. But not towards actually doing a review of the update. That's all been done with staff time.
Thank you. I guess thank you for that clarification. It's just, here's my bigger picture concern is I'm philosophically opposed to just hiring consultants without having any specific real goal besides just saying, revision of a code. And intentional and balanced community growth and economic vitality and sustainability, obviously great things, obviously things all 7 of us agree with, also something that probably all 7 of us have a different definition of what that means. And so, for example, when high density was able to come into our neighborhoods, that's where I came in with a specific vision, goal, direction, and getting input from staff on how do we make it so that the high density cannot go near Chafin Road, cannot go in these, different places. And basically then, from that, having that vision, having that goal, was able to accomplish it. But to just say, we're gonna pay $300,000 to a consultant, and we don't even really have a goal, just tell us if it's good or not, help us, just make sure we're good, is that the best use of $300,000 when we're not even funding maintenance of our parks?
Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor. And this question may be for Ryan. What did the UDC, what was the cost of the UDC?
I'm sorry, I don't have that with me tonight, so I
Do you
can't
remember,
answer the
Lenore?
It was over $300,000 the first time we did it, but I don't believe the public involvement engagement was necessarily as involved as what we've been doing in recent years with projects that have been coming through this council.
So it cost $300,000 to do the UDC.
It was over that, yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And just as, if I may add, Mayor Henry, just as a point of reference, just to have a third-party individual or consultant, and our recommendation at staff level is to do that because we use the document every single day. We're so close to it that it's sometimes hard to see where things might be a conflict as we're, responding to questions that might come through recommendations that council wants to make changes to it. So that's why there is a recommendation, and it is a best practice to hire a third party who's an expert and is not involved in every single day to take a look at it in comparison to those other documents. And that's the reason why we recommend that. In talking to the consultant that did the original work for us back in 2014, just to do a flat-out evaluation of the UDC against those other documents is probably gonna be on the range of around $100,000 plus or minus, depending on the complexity of the documents. They're not aware of all of the text amendments that have happened, so that's why there's a little bit of a range there. And they basically added another $100,000 as a sliding scale. It could be 100, 150 for the additional public involvement, which would be a separate component to that, just to give you a point of reference. When we originally looked at this, was before we had that information. It was over a year ago, I think, when we were talking about it. And so we used the original numbers that we had from so many years ago, knowing that the public engagement level and the stuff that we do today tends to be a little bit more expensive than it was in the past, is why we kept the same number with the $300,000. Our expectation is that we would be able to come in less than that, depending on the level of public involvement that this council wants us to engage in that process. So hopefully that helps.
Councilmember Tyser.
Thank you, Mayor. And the reason that I'm supportive of doing the review is that I just think it's a good practice to, in this case, almost 10 years from when it was adopted, go back in, take a look, and make sure that it's meeting the needs of our community, our citizens, our businesses, our residents, and just not a bad idea as just a matter of practice to review things like this at this kind of time frame. And so that's where my support comes from. Not trying to change it, to do terrible things to people in the city, but to figure out, is it still on track? Hundreds of amendments and all those kinds of things, some of the conflicts you've brought forward, it'd be just, I think, a generally good business practice to look at it every almost 10 years.
Let me try to frame what the issue I'm having. Like I said, I was in the sidelines. I was around when the first UDC was adopted, and I would argue with Councilmember Palermo that most people don't know what a UDC is. I can tell you, if all you'd have to do is show them the postcard of the UDC, and your neighborhood's not going to change, and people start flipping out because there were a lot of changes. They were impacted. I think and that's what I'm concerned about. The way it's written, we're confused up here on what the scope of this project is, and I can't, what I'm trying to say is I can't justify funding it unless I am absolutely confident that this is not going to have a negative effect on our citizens or our city, or that the scope is entirely too comprehensive in my mind. So I don't know if there's a way that we could better define this and look at cost on it, but I'm just really uncomfortable with the way this is coming, my understanding of it tonight. So, and I know that when you and I have talked about it, I'm fully supportive of reviewing it, making sure there's no conflicting parts of the code. I think that's healthy. But what I'm hearing tonight, I'm looking at something that I think is much different than what my perception is. So I'm just not real comfortable voting for a document that or voting for the funding unless I have a better idea of exactly what we're doing. And I think that deserves another conversation. Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. So, yeah, we've been working for the last 5 years to work on the loopholes that negative impact or bring negative consequences for the residents. So we identified many of those loopholes. We've been working with some resistance in some time, but we've been making progress, which is good. So we know the loopholes that we took care of this. Then I read here the documents on the screen, and I quote, "Success will be the adoption of a new code." End of quote. So new code for me is something new. It's not improving something that we've been doing already for the last 5 years with more and less success, with more and less resistance from other members of the council. So it's a new code. And when I read a new code, bring me the concern that this could bring new loopholes, intentional or unintentional new loopholes that we will need to work on. So it's like going back to square one, that you will come with a lot of loopholes here that we didn't know, that will have a very negative impact into the community, and then we have to start working again. At least we know this one, the good, the bad, and the ugly of this one. We've been trying hard to work to correct them, and we can continue this moving forward this year and next year. So we know that. We know that, and we know what we need to do to improve it. And then we know that around for $10,000, we can incorporate this modification changes approved by council into the UDC. So when I read new code here, that is a concern. And now new is not new. It's like, are we trying to put a circle into a square? Or I don't know, So I read new code, and this is what it is. We can try to, put a makeup to the new code, but going back to square one is dangerous. It's dangerous, and like I said, might bring intentional or unintentional negative impact and consequences to the community. So I would prefer to keep working what we have, identify already loopholes that we need to still pass now or next year, and then versus the risk of coming with a new code that who knows what kind of loopholes we have to start looking into to resolve.
Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you. If there was a clear target and goal of what wants to be accomplished, it's something I'd fully support. If anyone up here can say what their specific issue with the UDC is, then I'll probably agree, and then I'll say, all right, let's go ahead and target and invest that. Let's improve this concern or this issue. And so, for example, we have a lot of new townhomes that get built. We don't have a lot of new cottage courts. In fact, so far, no cottage courts have been built. That might be an interesting thing to really look at. How should things be set up on, what it would take to have someone building a cottage court instead of townhome? Is our zoning code making it as easy as possible for someone that wants to develop office or wants to develop a hotel? These are targeted, specific, clear goals. I know the outcome, and it's something I'll support. I'd probably say I'd prefer to spend the money on maintaining our parks, but nonetheless, at least those are clear goals that I'll fully get behind. So my request is we do this delete tonight. That would open up $300,000 more in the budget, where if next month we come back and we have a clear direction on where this is going, then we have the $300,000 available, and hopefully it could be unanimous. But again, just to say, we're going to spend $300,000. It's because we think the document's bad, but we don't know which direction it will go, where it should go, anything like that. I just don't see that as the best use of taxpayer money.
Well, I will state again what my position is. I just don't see the clarity in this, and my concern is that we all interpret this in different ways. And I can't go through another UDC adoption, but I am happy to go through, a review and make sure everything is right and adopt it, recodify it. I'm happy with that. But I apologize, I'm just not seeing the clarity I need with the presentation tonight. So, Councilmember Judy.
Yes, the spin on this tonight's been unbelievable. I don't think anybody here looking at this thought, well, we're going to do something that's horrible for the citizens of Roswell. In fact, actually, it's the opposite. When staff says a review every X number of years is industry standard, then you look at a document that has had how many different revisions to it, and make sure the code fits, make sure your comp plan's in order, and then you move forward. Nobody was trying to put high density in anybody's neighborhoods. Nobody was trying to do any of that, and that's just ridiculous that was even brought up this evening. I am for, if we have to defer this tonight to get a clear agreement on what this is, to maybe get a unanimous agreement on what we're looking at, but to do nothing with the UDC and where it is and where we are as a city, and what this document means, a comprehensive review is the least we should do. And so I would support deferring this till we get a clear opinion on this, but to state that this had any other motivation other than to have great public outreach, get the citizens' opinions, look at what they think of the UDC almost 10 years into it, and move forward with a better document is just disingenuous. So I hope, even if we defer this tonight, to figure out what we want to do with it, but to do nothing with the UDC is not acceptable to me.
And let me just say, I would support a deferral. I would not support spending this money on something else, but what I would like to see is, pardon?
Better definition?
Yes, so how could we defer this and keep this line item here, but nobody can spend it until we give further direction?
If the council wants to vote to place the project on hold until mayor and council approve moving forward, then the money would be in the budget, and but it couldn't be spent until mayor and council gave the green light to move forward.
Okay, well, I would support that. Councilmember Wilsey.
Yes, thank you. With that, I think some of the things that I've heard is this is an evolution of the work that's been done since 2014. It's a good practice to review the document that we have and make sure that it's all consistent throughout. The extensive public engagement is something that really appeals to me, as well as matching the changes that have been made in the comp plan. I think we have started looking at that, and I think that's really important that the code matches what the public has given us and how that's coming forward in the comp plan. With that, I would like to amend my motion to put this item on hold for further discussion.
And that's seconded by Councilmember Judy. Councilmember Palermo.
So this is very similar to the discussion we had earlier of quote-unquote deferring deletes, which basically meant, denying the delete. And it's the same, or same thing with the adds earlier. Now it's the delete. So ultimately, this is our final reading of the budget tonight. And And I strongly stand by, we should be deleting this, and that $300,000 is going to be still not spent as long as it's deleted. And next week, next month, whenever staff or council is ready to come and actually present an actual plan, then we'll have $300,000 available. And maybe the new plan only costs $200,000, maybe it costs $400,000, I don't know. But I think we should be deleting this tonight. I look forward to the discussion on how we can improve it. But also I'll mention, there was discussion of the comp plan fitting in with the UDC, very important. Also something that actually we can do in-house. That's something where a consultant's not needed, and certainly not needed for $300,000, because basically we're gonna get a comp plan. It's gonna have the different zoning districts. It's gonna have, different, quote unquote rules, et cetera. And it's not rocket science to include that. Again, we might have to pay a small fee to really make sure that it's incorporated in, but that's not a $300,000 consultation. That's just somebody saying, here's the new comp plan, and let's see how to incorporate that. So again, I will certainly be voting against denying or deferring this delete, because tonight is the final budget, and we obviously can't slow down the budget for this. But again, would love it to meet with anybody that wants to discuss this, and hope we can find ways to actually agree on a vision to improve the zoning code.
Well, and let me clarify. Number one, you were proposing before that you wanted to spend that on something else, which I would not support. Number two, if we delete this item from the budget, I need an assurance that it doesn't just go away. Just, we need to discuss it. We need to look at it. It needs to go on our agendas. But then the other thing too, and I would argue with you, is there is a point where our staff can no longer function because of their workload. And this is one of those situations, because we're winding up the comprehensive plan. We're going, then we would be going through this as well. And you've got to keep in mind that our staff is already working very long days, interpreting this code, working with people regarding this code, working with council members regarding this code, and to say that it's not rocket science and staff can do it, I take exception with, because our staff works really hard. And I think it is right up there with rocket science. I would challenge anyone on council to sit down and try to make sure that the UDC is good with everything that we've added to it, taken out of it. So I support somehow, what I don't want to happen is to delete this tonight and then all of a sudden this project goes away. That I can't support. Councilmember Palermo.
Could I suggest, because I share that concern, I think there can be valuable discussion on how do we make the code better. What if the motion was to do the $300,000 delete, but also the motion included giving staff guidance that we want this bringing back to committee next month to discuss and target? Mayor, would that resolve your concern to ensure this is staying top of mind?
Would there be money earmarked for it? Because that's what I don't want to lose on it.
Well, so if it sounds like there's not support to add $300,000 or do any other ads, so that $300,000 is not going to be spent. From an earmarking standpoint, my concern is if we agree on a vision and we really want to make the code better, then I certainly support money going towards it. If instead something coming out of it is going to be not targeted, not clear, and creating risks of new loopholes, then certainly I would not support that money later on.
Well, and I think that's part of the discussion we have, and I don't have any problem deferring this with the stipulation that we cannot spend this money on the UDC unless we come to an agreement and direct staff to do so. And it sounds to me like we might be able to do it with less than $290,000 as well. That's what I would support, but I don't know where you all are going with it.
Yes, there is a motion to put the project on hold, and I believe it has a second.
And you did stipulate that it would be on hold until council gives staff further direction.
Correct.
regarding how we
Regarding,
disperse these
sure,
funds.
regarding how the project's defined and the actual scope.
Okay, and was there a second by Councilmember Judy?
Yes.
Okay, Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of things. So, I don't know where is the issue to just deny this, and then if 4 elected officials wants to make it happen, they will find the money. They will find a way to go through this. So I don't see what's the point to earmark this when 4 council members tomorrow can find the money and make it happen. So I don't see the point of that. It's just instead of denying. And then my other question is, to put on hold is an official motion or have to be deny, defer, or approve? Put on hold is an official, whatever it means, put on hold is a motion that is not deferred, is not approved, is not denied, it's just put on hold. I don't know if it's for legal, the question.
It would be deferred with the stipulation that the funds could not be, or, now you're getting me confused. Okay, David.
So basically on this one, the motion would be to deny the delete, but to place the project on hold until it comes back to council after it's been clarified.
Motion so amended. And I think this is something that staff has brought forward as something that they see as a priority. And I think that if council has some questions that they need clarified, then they deserve an opportunity to bring that back to us and have those discussions during committee.
I accept the
They
second
would have to
amendment.
come back to us for a formal vote.
Yes, exactly.
So it wouldn't go anywhere unless you have a formal vote.
Correct.
Okay, so we've got a motion and a second. All those in favor, please raise your hands, and that is Tizer, Wilsey, and Judy. All those opposed is Hall, Zapata, and Palermo. I'll vote with the motion. The motion carries. Okay, now, Mr. Luckett, I believe that you'll need a motion to adopt the second reading of the budget, correct?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilsey, do we have a motion?
Yes. Motion to approve item number 5, approval of the FY 2022 budget for the city of Roswell, Georgia, in the amount of $150,086,435.
We've got a motion by Councilmember Wilsey. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Judy. Councilmember Palermo.
Clarifying question I have for staff, just so I'm clear. This motion to approve the budget, if I'm remembering correctly, there's no changes to the 2022 budget. So this is the budget without any changes because the ads that were supported are going in 2021. Is that correct, or were there any changes made to the FY 2022 budget?
There were no changes made or approved to the 22 budget.
Thank you.
Okay, so we've got a motion and a second. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And that is Tizer, Wilsey, and Judy. All those opposed is Zapata, Hall, and Palermo. I'll vote with the motion. The second reading is passed. Okay, back to you, Councilmember Wilsey. You've got a lot on your plate tonight.
It's a big night. Item number 6, approval of a road closure of Canton Street from Magnolia to Norcross Street for a live after 5:15, brought to us by a private organizer on June 17th, 2021. This item will be presented by Chris Ward, Special Events Manager.
Thank you. Good evening. At the May 11th Admin Committee meeting, this item was approved to move forward to Mayor and Council for the closure of Canton Street from Norcross to Magnolia, Elizabeth Way at Highway 9, and East Alley at Norcross and Highway 9 for an event called Alive After 5:15 to be held on Thursday, June 17th from 5:30 to 9:30. And it was requested that we ask the organizer to reach out to the other businesses and get signatures, and they did do that. I believe it's in your packet. There were a couple restaurants that were missing, and I spoke today to the organizer, And those restaurants that did not sign off simply did not because they did not want to contribute monetarily. So the organizer is going to cover the cost for city services for those restaurants, but they were in fact pro for the event on the 17th.
Council have any questions? Councilmember Tizer.
Yeah, could you just repeat again the hours of operation?
5:30 to 9:30.
Okay, the letter is not exactly correct, so you
Right.
probably need to make sure that they know that.
So the difference that they're saying is, and this was discussed with them as well, is that the road closure is 5:30 to 9:30. At that point, the police assess whether we can reopen the road due to the crowds. If not, it will go on until the police feel that it's safe. So she probably is just, and I gave her costs from doing 5:30 to 9:30 and then the additional to 11. So she might have been confused, but I will clarify that with her.
Thank you.
Additional questions, comments from council? Is there anyone in the public that would like to come forward and speak? Do we have any public left?
No.
We don't, so I'm not going to ask for public comment going forward for the rest of the meeting. So do we have additional comments? Councilmember Zapata?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So I see on this, so I see 14 different establishments, and out of 14, 6 did not sign, which is 43%.
I think there were 2 sheets, but yeah, the ones that did not sign, again, she spoke to and told me that the reasoning they did not was because monetarily they didn't want to contribute to the cost of city services. So her business was going to cover the cost of the city services for that evening.
So which establishment, now they agree since they don't have to cover which establishment? I see Zest didn't sign, Vas Cucina didn't sign, Gate City didn't sign, Canton Street Social
There
didn't
should
sign.
have been 2, there were 2. Yeah, there were 2 sheets. There was just 2.
No, I mean, maybe it's Canton Street Social. So which of the they didn't sign? Now we're saying, I just want,
Voss and Social.
so they are in agreement now, Vas and Social. Okay. Thank you.
Additional questions, comments from council? Do I have a motion?
Yes, Mayor, motion to approve item number 6, approval of a road closure of Canton Street from Magnolia to Norcross Street for live after 5:15 on June 17th, 2021. And do we need to add the stipulation that that is from 5:30 to 9:30 to be following assessment by RPD?
We've got a motion. Do I have a second? Second by Councilmember Judy. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Okay. Item number 7, approval of an ordinance to authorize Fulton County to conduct an election on November 2nd, 2021, and a runoff, if necessary, on November 30th, 2021, in an amount not to exceed $373,617 and a budget amendment 1001-330005-2421 in the amount of $37,005. This is a first reading and will be presented by Marley Press.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Thank you. This is an ordinance of the City Council to authorize Fulton County to conduct an election. Now therefore be it ordained by the Mayor and Council of the City of Roswell, and it is hereby ordained and established by authority of the same, that the mayor is authorized to enter into a contract with Fulton County Department of Registrations and Elections to conduct this election using express poll or other such measures approved by the Georgia Secretary of State, which contract is attached here to and incorporated herein. And if approved, this would be the first reading.
Mrs. Press.
Okay, you all had asked at the committee meeting about the deadline and everything, and they do need to have this contract signed before. Well, they gave us an extension to like the middle of June. The cost is not going to change. It's still the same as last time. It is for post 4, 5, and 6, and for the mayor. And really nothing's changed from the first time. I don't really know what else to say other than the fact that this is the cost. I know that we are concerned about the cost, but at this point, it's not really going to change.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Councilmember Judy.
Has the mayors from any other cities weighed in, Mayor Henry, yet?
Oh, trust me, all of us are together on this one, every mayor in every city. You know, Fulton County has us over a barrel.
Right.
And they won't consider any changes to this. So I think really our best option at this point is to lobby our state legislators to allow us to have the option of contracting with other counties. We don't want to take this on ourselves. It would be very expensive. We don't even want to go down that road.
No.
But perhaps, you know, if we have the option where we could talk to Cherokee County, and then at least that puts Fulton County in check when they know that they have to bid against other counties. But right now, they don't have to. And so they just basically say, this is what we're going to do.
I will let you know that most of our neighboring cities have already agreed and have brought it to council, and they just have gone ahead and approved it. I think Sandy Springs is the only one that's getting ready to vote for it.
Well, that's true. Mr. Davidson did just point out that we've got the opportunity coming up to negotiate service delivery. So that might be our opportunity to get them moving. Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I think at some point, you know, I understand we said it's going to be expensive, but you know, at some point we need to see the numbers. I mean, expensive is what versus what. So I understand that it seems to me that Peachtree Corners, they handle their own election, and it's a smaller city than Roswell. So I don't know. I mean, I would like to see a number to see, you know, how expensive is expensive and compare with what. I mean, just, you know, 2 pieces of paper say Fulton County is this. If we do ourselves, is that. So we can take an informed decision with numbers in front of us. Like I said, some smaller cities seems to do it themselves and save some money.
I'll say this, I don't consider that to be an option. There are a couple of things that we as a city don't want to do. Elections and animal control are 2 of them. That I personally am not willing to go down that road, and I'm also not willing to expend a lot of staff time on it because I think it's just a fool's errand. Additional comments from council? Do I have a motion?
Yes, Mayor. Motion to approve the first reading of item number 7.
A motion to reluctantly approve the first reading by Councilmember Wilsey. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Tizer. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it passes unanimously. Thank you.
Item number 8, approval of the FY 2021 year-end budget amendment. This is presented by Ryan Luckett, Director of Finance, and his staff. So, thank you, Director Luckett.
So we're here today with a few end-of-year budget items, and we had presented this at committee as well a couple of weeks back. And it is still the same, nothing has changed, still the same items. So quickly, in the general fund, we have a few items, revenue recognition items, and a few expenditure recognition items. The total of the revenue recognition that we are proposing is $2.2 million, which includes the sales tax revenue, the RAPSTIC insurance settlement of $1 million, some sale from an abandoned property of $34,000, and insurance reimbursement for Hurricane Zeta. And in the expenditure recognition, we have a proposal to increase the budget for legal fees by $125,000, increase the budget for communication services by $250,000, increase the budget for bank fees and charges by $72,000, increase the budget for police software and equipment purchase in the amount of $34,000, which is corresponding to the revenue from the sale of abandoned property. And you will also see the corresponding expense for the insurance reimbursement for Hurricane Zeta down below for the $42,339. So that's a total expenditure increase in the general fund of $523,339. This next slide gives you a summary of the general fund based on these end-of-year revenue recognition and expenditure recognition items that you saw. So the total general fund revenue increase is $2.2 million, and the expenditure requests are $523,000. So that would leave us with a fund balance over reserve by policy of $1.7 million. And as was discussed at the second reading of the budget, a portion of this will go towards some of those items that were deferred or are going to be funded from the current year. Excuse me. And in the capital projects fund, we have one item here is to recognize the revenue associated with the enterprise vehicle lease program in the amount of, excuse me, $1.8 million. And this is just an accounting adjustment to recognize the revenue and expenditure for this particular item. And then in the solid waste fund, we have one item to increase the budget for the purchase of a baler at the recycle center in the amount of $36,000, which would reduce the fund balance in the solid waste fund to $1.8 million. And then in the group benefits fund, we have $1.5 million to recognize revenue from the stop loss reimbursement that we've received, and to recognize the stop loss claim expenses in the same amount of 1.5. That would leave us with an ending fund balance of a little over $700,000. And finally, we have the T-SPLOS fund to recognize additional T-SPLOS revenue in the amount of $4.8 million. So these are all the end-of-year budget amendment items that we have. And there is one more item, the $15,000 that was discussed as part of the second reading of the budget for the sidewalks. That will also be, sorry, the crosswalk at Crabapple, now the sidewalk. That will also be funded out of current year savings. If you'll have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Council have any questions? Yes, Councilmember Hall.
Thank you. Just on the T-SPLOS, was that over and above what we expected, or that's the expected amount?
That is over and above what we expected. We had budgeted pretty conservatively based on, because of COVID, and we had no idea what the revenues were going to come in like, and we had kind of based it on our general sales tax revenue. We had grown it by the same amount. So, but as you know, even for the general sales tax revenue, those have come in way higher than anticipated. And similarly for the T-SPLOS as well, the revenues have come in higher than what we had budgeted.
So just a follow-up question on that. Transportation is asking for an additional $5 million from T-SPLOS 2. If we have extra in T-SPLOS 1, why would they need $5 million from T-SPLOS 2?
We can speak with them about that. I think that their number includes this 4.8 number that we're talking about. But we can confirm that with them and just make sure we're all on the same page. But I don't think this is over and above what they've anticipated.
Additional comments, questions from council? Do I have a motion?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I would like to make a motion to approve the end-of-year budget amendment with the following additions to be funded out of the remaining balance. And those are the $33,313 for grant consulting, $540,000 for State Route 400 Median Islands, $260,000 for sidewalk gaps, and $15,000 for the crosswalk at Crabapple.
And I believe you said State Route 400, but
I'm
that's...
sorry, State Route 140.
Yeah, I don't think we're
Near
gonna
and dear
build
to us. No, we're not
medians at
we're
400.
not going to try to address 400's problems, but we will look at 140.
Okay, do I have a second? Yep.
Marie, can you go through those additions again real quick, please?
Yes, it's $33,313,000 for grant consulting, $540,000 for median islands on State Route 140, $260,000 for sidewalk gaps, and $15,000 for the crosswalk at Crabapple.
So my question is that there were two other items, 63,320 on crowd and 30,000 on helmet. Did those come from somewhere else, or do we need to approve those tonight?
The crowd control item was the one that we're funding out of current year savings and not the end of year budget amendment, but just current year already budgeted money in the police department.
So you don't need a motion on that?
Right.
Okay.
And then with the vest, that was the one that Chief Conroy said they have what they need today.
Thank you.
Yes. And then, that was it, yes.
So we've got a motion by Councilmember Wilsey, second by Councilmember Tizer. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it passes unanimously. Now we are on to Councilmember Judy and Public Safety.
Thank you, Chiefs, for staying. Public Safety, number 9, approval of a text amendment to Chapter 8, Health and Public Safety, Article 8.7, Air Pollution Control, Section 8.7.4, prohibit, I always want to say prohibitive, prohibit acts by deleting Section 8.7.3, open burning, and creating a new Section 8.3.19, open burning of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Roswell. This is the first reading. Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Thank you. This is an ordinance to amend Chapter 8, Health and Public Safety, Article 8.7, Air Pollution Control, Section 8.7.4, Prohibited Acts, by deleting Section 8.7.3, Open Burning, and creating a new Section 8.3.19, Open Burning of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Roswell. Now therefore, the Mayor and Council of the City of Roswell, pursuant to their authority, do hereby adopt the following amendment. Chapter 8, Health and Public Safety, Article 8.7, Air Pollution Control is amended by deleting Section 8.7.3 in its entirety. Chapter 8, Health and Public Safety, Article 8.7, Air Pollution Control, Section 8.7.4, Prohibited Acts is deleted in its entirety and replaced with a new Section 8.7.4 to read as follows, the text of which is incorporated herein by reference. And in Chapter 8, Health and Public Safety, Article 8.3, Fire Protection and Prevention is amended by adding a new Section 8.3.19 to read as follows. Again, text of which is incorporated herein by reference. Never prove this to be the first reading.
Okay, gentlemen, take it away.
Well, as instructed, we removed the 25-foot to the property line requirement, and we also reduced the fine from $1,000 to $500 at the request of the council. So we're proposing the burn ordinance as requested with the changes.
Thank you. Does council have any questions? Yes, Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Henry. So, and I did notice that, so thank you for making those updates. And I'm actually appreciative of the liaison, Councilman Judy, for I think offering up those compromises with those concerns I had last time, certainly with the 25 feet from the property line. And then also do appreciate that he lowered the potential fines. My one thing that I just want to just share kind of my thought process is, I guess, even, and so I am appreciative that it was lowered, knowing that technically there's still the possibility for a $500 fine for item number 1 and item number 2 gives me a little bit of concern and hesitation, because I'm trying to think with with people with, for example, with townhomes, you know, is it pretty common that a grill would be within 10 feet, or is it very feasible and easy to be further than 10 feet? That's a thought process that's going through my head, but I just wanted to share that. But again, definitely, either way that I vote, I definitely feel this is good progress and appreciate the updates that were made last time.
Thank you.
Additional comments? Questions? Yes, Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you, Mayor. So, the last meeting, I understood that when the question was asked if the Georgia ordinance today prevent fire and save life, the answer was yes. So it's going to be hard for me to support this since the Georgia already prevent fire and save life.
Additional comments, questions? Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Councilmember Judy. Do I have a second? Second. Second by Councilmember Wilsey. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it is Judy, Wilsey, and Tizer. All those opposed, that would be Palermo, Hall, and Zapata. I'll vote with the motion. It passes. And
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Davidson.
Thank you, Mayor. The first item I have is approval of an agreement to acquire the necessary right-of-way for completion of the Oxbow Road realignment project. Included with the packet was the terms of the agreement with the exhibits attached. I recommend approval.
Council have any questions? Councilmember Palermo.
So, you know, obviously Oxbow has been a very disappointing and drawn out situation. And as I look through this, I think part of my concern or kind of issue is without a doubt, we need to finish up that Oxbow portion. There's no question. We need to finish it. We need to finish it fast. I have concerns and issues with how some of this was gone about. And again, part of it is to fund really a cut through into the Mill Village, which I was really glad to have gained support. I strongly advocated that it should be a one-way and not a two-way, and was glad that did end up becoming the consensus. And with that, knowing that it's going to be a one-way, that gives us a little more flexibility in needing to rework that piece of it, because it could be smaller, et cetera. So I have some concerns and issues overall, but here's the things that I want to bring up specific to this agreement. So item number 5. So it talks about slope easements at a 3-to-1 slope and it equal to at least the 20,000 square feet, or, you know, approximately. And so my concern is in just seeing how some estimates could end up being way off and then costing the city money. Is staff 100% completely positive that's something that's doable, that's something that's going to work, and there's not going to be needing to go back and having issues with the property owner? Another aspect I have, a real concern I have, is the city will prioritize completion of the new Oxbow Road and Pleasant Hill Road extension. So me, as one of 7 elected officials, there's no question I see the new Oxbow Road being an absolute priority and needing to get done and done fast. Creating that cut through on Pleasant Hill Road, to say that that's more of a priority over Big Creek Park or Parkway or other things going on with the city, that's something that I have some issue with, and how is that defined, and what visibility is there into the prioritization. And then, so that was number 7. Item number 8, just concern around stormwater detention. There's a reason why we have all these rules. And the reason we have these rules around stormwater is because stormwater, with all the development that we've had, is a real issue on residents' homes where it was never an issue before. And by creating this exception on number 8, is that going to create some stormwater detention, some stormwater issues on other homes in the future, et cetera? And, because again, there's a reason why we have those requirements. Similar type thing with water quality treatment. And then lastly, so, just obviously, so this is basically $299,000 to buy the property, plus these other things that have a cost, plus $75,000 the city is going to pay this landowner under item number 12 to remove the 3 buildings. And then it mentions Mrs. Reed will remove the following remaining building at the time the property is developed or sooner at her election. Are there any issues if these buildings are staying up long-term? Is that creating any issues regarding the street or regarding just I'm not sure these buildings, what kind of condition they're in, are they blighted, or are they up to code? And so just not sure if that's impacted, and that's it. So those are the items that I want to give. Again, I was absolutely fully supportive that there's a little portion that was getting in the way of the Oxbow piece. And that's something that I continue to be fully supportive of us getting and acquiring. However, just the way this is all built out and knowing the aspect of the cut through is where I have my concerns.
Mr. Davidson.
I think I can answer most of these. The 19,866 feet of demolition easements and necessary slope and construction easements. We went above and beyond simply because there have been issues on other projects, so it went above and beyond and asked for more than we actually needed. So there will not be any questions if we're a foot over or 10 feet over or anything like that. We will have enough to do the slopes and the demolitions. Number 7 was your other question about prioritizing. If you look at it, it says we will prioritize the completion of Oxbow and Pleasant Hill in the Oxbow project. It has absolutely nothing to do with Big Creek. It's only a part of this project that we are making it a prioritization. Number 8, the no stormwater detention. That is in there, provided Ms. Reed provides the necessary documentation to meet city code requirements. It's already allowed in the city code. What they're proposing is, I think, vastly less impervious surface than currently is on the property. Number 9, water quality treatment will be managed on the city property. I think the plan is to have a stormwater, a water quality area that will be more than enough for this project, our project, the hardware store, whenever the city decides to sell that, which will be a selling benefit to the city and possibly even more. And that's been discussed with Public Works, and they are in favor. Ms. Reed demolishing the 3 structures for $75,000. If there is any asbestos in those buildings, just the asbestos removal itself could be more than that. So this is actually a good deal in my opinion. And I think that was all your concerns.
Additional comments? Yes, Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Davidson, could you talk about R2 and R1, the 2 triangle pieces? Those are basically the pieces that the city needs to have to complete the project. I understand from our previous conversation, if the city did not have or if the city did not have those, or if the city had them by some other means, the temporary easement, how would that work?
So the R1 parcel, the R1 and R2 parcels are parcels that we are acquiring full title to. When you look at the R1, it's a small piece, but there's also a demolition of a building that's going to, or 2 buildings actually, that's going to be required in order to do the slope to have the new Oxbow Road stabilized. So part of that would also be required, unless we build a very expensive retaining wall, I think was what transportation has said. I don't know what the cost of that would be. The R2 parcel is required in order to do the Pleasant Hill portion going down. And so that, I'm sure that part of the easement would be included in that also. And then the yellow, which is the permanent easement, is because we have a pipe in that corner, and we require easements 10 feet on each side of a pipe. We don't need to own the property, but we need to be able to go in and work on the property if we need to. So we will have a permanent easement there, but the red pieces we will actually own.
Additional, yes, Councilmember Zapata.
Thank you. So the total cost for the taxpayers will be $374,000?
It's $299 and then $75,000 to tear down 3 buildings. That's correct.
Okay, so, I've been proposing other options that will cost less the taxpayers' money and will have a less impact on the cut-through the neighborhood there. And unfortunately, this is the most expensive options, and I cannot support this. And here we are again. The road have been destroyed, cut through, they stop the traffic going through. And here we are again on May 24, 2021, acquiring another piece of property because we didn't have the right of way. So again, this process, for me, seems that this process was broken, and nothing happened, and we continue, and we just continue using more taxpayers' money. So for all this reason, I cannot support this project, this land acquisition.
Additional comments from council. Councilmember Judy.
I might have missed it, but I have not seen a option, in my opinion, that would have been cheaper for the taxpayers that would live up to the scope that the T-SPLOST voters voted for when I was not on council. I was also not on council when this came through originally. This council now, there were a couple members that were on, is now trying to clean up this mess at the best way to the taxpayers, limiting the liability of the citizens for future costs and getting the project moving as quickly as possible. None of us like it. It's a bitter pill to swallow, but we got to get moving on this project, get the project done, and get it done with the cheapest, in the cheapest manner that we can while still doing a good project and also limiting future liabilities and costs. And this proposal that I have in front of us tonight, in my opinion, has been that. I don't want to do this, but here we are. And we need to get the project moving. We can't overturn a T-SPLOST vote by the citizens of Roswell and just build something else or stop the project, as I understand from legal. So moving forward with this, we'll swallow this bitter pill and hopefully get this project done for the citizens of Roswell.
Additional comments from council. Mr. Davidson is going to need a motion.
Like I said, I reluctantly motion to approve this.
Motion to approve by Councilmember Judy. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Tizer. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it's Tizer, Wilsey, and Judy. All those opposed is Zapata, Hall, and Palermo. And it looks like I'll be the deciding vote. And let me just tell you that I hate this. And I'm hoping that we've got to get this project moving. We just have no other option. And the options that were presented in closure were not viable options, so this is where we are right now. So I will vote to support the motion. And we've also got Mr. Davidson.
I have a recommendation for closure to discuss personnel litigation and real estate.
Do we have a motion?
Motion for closure.
Motion to approve by Councilmember Judy. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Wilsey. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And it passes unanimously. Thank you. We are adjourned.